Welcome to this evening's exploration of history's most fascinating figures and mysteries. Tonight, we will journey through the lives of remarkable individuals whose legacies has shaped our world. From literary genius to philosophical wisdom, from ancient mysteries to legendary conquerors, these stories will guide you gently toward peaceful rest. Before we begin, take a moment to settle comfortably, breathe deeply, and allow yourself to drift into the past. In the spring of 1564, in the quiet English town of Stratford-upon-Avon, a child was born who would change literature forever. William Shakespeare entered the world during an era of cultural awakening. Though we don't know his exact birth date, tradition celebrates it as April 23rd, a date that would later mark both his birth and death. Stratford-upon-Avon was a modest market town characterized by timber-framed houses with white plaster walls crossed by dark wooden beams. The river Avon flowed gently through the town, its waters reflecting the changing skies and seasons. William was the third child born to John Shakespeare, a glove maker and respected local merchant, and Mary Arden, who came from a prominent farming family. Their home on Henley Street was comfortable though unpretentious, filled with the earthy scents of leather and parchment from John's workshop. Young William's world was shaped by the rhythms of small-town life, bustling market days, the ringing of church bells, and conversations among neighbors. The fields and woods surrounding Stratford provided endless opportunities for exploration. As a boy, William likely wandered along the River Avon's banks, observing the flowing water, shifting light, and natural wonders that would later inspire his poetic imagery. William attended the King's New School in Stratford, where he received a thorough education in reading, writing, and classical literature. His studies included the works of Roman poets such as Ovid and playwrights like Plautus and Seneca. These ancient stories of gods, heroes, and tragic fates captivated his imagination, providing the foundation for his future masterpieces. School days were long and demanding, filled with the scratching of quill pens on parchment, Latin recitations, and the creaking of wooden benches. Here, William learned not only the mechanics of language, but also the profound power of storytelling, the ability to capture human experience through words. At 18, William married Anne Hathaway, a farmer's daughter who lived in a cottage outside Stratford. Their wedding was a simple ceremony held in the local church, surrounded by family and friends. A year later, they welcomed their first child, Susanna, followed by twins Hamnet and Judith. Their home filled with children's laughter and the simple comforts of family life. Yet even as a young husband and father, William seemed to yearn for something beyond the ordinary. Within him, creative seeds were beginning to sprout, dreams that would eventually lead him away from Stratford. By the late 1580s or early 1590s, Shakespeare left Stratford for London, a city vibrant with energy, opportunity, and artistic expression. London was a place of striking contrasts. Cobblestone streets filled with carriages, merchants selling their wares, and the constant hustle of a growing metropolis. Theaters were becoming cultural centers, attracting people from all social classes. In this dynamic environment, William Shakespeare found his calling. He began his career as both actor and playwright with a company called the Lord Chamberlain's Men. His early plays were performed in small theaters where audiences gathered in dim candlelight, eager to be transported by stories of love, betrayal, and adventure. The scent of burning tallow candles filled the air, mingling with the excited whispers of spectators. Shakespeare's talent quickly became apparent. His early successes included plays like Henry VI and Titus Andronicus, stories of war, revenge, and political intrigue. Each line seemed to pulse with life, rich with human emotion and linguistic beauty. By the late 1590s, Shakespeare had become a respected figure in London's theatre world. He purchased shares in the newly built Globe Theatre, a wooden structure that would become the heart of his creative endeavors. The Globe stood on the Thames River's southern bank, its thatched roof and open-air stage welcoming thousands of eager spectators. Here, some of his greatest plays came to life. Romeo and Juliet, A Midsummer Night's Dream, and The Merchant of Venice. These stories of young love, magical realms, and complex human relationships resonated deeply with audiences who laughed, wept, and marveled at the unfolding tales. As his reputation grew, so did the depth and complexity of his work. In the early 1600s, Shakespeare wrote his most profound tragedies, Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, and Macbeth. These plays explored the darker corners of the human soul, examining themes of ambition, jealousy, madness, and fate. Imagine the dimly lit stage, candlelight flickering, the hushed anticipation as the curtain rose. Shakespeare's words filled the theater, weaving a tapestry of emotion, drama, and insight that would echo through centuries. Despite his London success, Shakespeare never lost his connection to Stratford-upon-Avon. He returned frequently, eventually purchasing New Place, one of the town's largest houses. This became his retreat from the theater's demands, a place of peace and reflection. As he entered his later years, his writing took on a gentler tone. Plays like The Tempest and The Winter's Tale spoke of forgiveness, redemption, and the passage of time. These final works reflected a man who had witnessed much of life's beauty and sorrow and now sought peace and understanding. On April 23, 1616, at age 52, William Shakespeare passed away in his hometown of Stratford-upon-Avon. His life had been a journey of words, stories, and imagination, a journey that left an indelible mark on the world. He was buried in the chancel of Holy Trinity Church, where his gravestone remains today. In the years following his death, Shakespeare's legacy continued to flourish. His fellow actors and friends, John Hemmings and Henry Condell, undertook the crucial task of preserving his work. In 1623, they compiled and published the first folio, a collection containing 36 of his plays, comedies, histories, and tragedies. Without this dedicated effort, some of Shakespeare's most beloved works, including Macbeth and The Tempest, might have been lost forever. This labor of love ensured his stories would be remembered and performed for centuries to come. Shakespeare's influence on the English language is unparalleled. He coined or popularized thousands of words and phrases still used today. Expressions like break the ice, wild goose chase, and heart of gold originated in his plays. His ability to capture human emotion and experience enriched the language with expressiveness that endures. Shakespeare's works reflected the human condition in all its complexity, joys, sorrows, triumphs, and tragedies. His characters were not merely figures on a stage, but living, breathing reflections of humanity. They spoke of love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption with a clarity that resonates across time. Consider Romeo and Juliet, young lovers torn apart by family feuds, speaking words that echo the passions and heartbreaks of every generation. Picture Hamlet, the introspective prince grappling with questions of life, death, and morality. Think of King Lear, an old man facing the consequences of pride and folly, or Macbeth, driven to ruin by ambition and fate. In Shakespeare's time, theater was a place where social barriers melted away. Commoners and nobility could share in the experience of a story. The Globe Theater, with its wooden beams and thatched roof, echoed with the laughter, tears, and applause of audiences who saw their own lives reflected on stage. Shakespeare understood that stories had the power to unite people, reveal truths, and inspire change. During his quieter moments, Shakespeare returned to Stratford-upon-Avon, where he enjoyed the peace of his family home. Here he could escape the city's noise and the theater's demands. He tended to his affairs, spent time with family, and walked the familiar streets of his hometown. Even in retirement, the creative spark never truly left him. In his later years, he collaborated with younger playwrights and continued refining his craft. The serenity of Stratford offered him a chance to reflect on his life's work, finding peace in the knowledge that he had given the world something timeless and extraordinary. Though his life ended in 1616, Shakespeare's impact was only beginning. Over the centuries, his works have been performed in countless theaters, translated into every major language, and adapted into numerous forms. His stories found new life in operas, films, novels, and modern reinterpretations that brought his characters into new settings and contexts. Generations of actors, from humble players to celebrated stars, have found their voices through Shakespeare's words. Directors have reimagined his plays endlessly, setting them in modern cities, distant futures, and war-torn landscapes. Each interpretation sheds new light on his timeless themes. In schools and universities, students continue exploring his plays, discovering the brilliance and depth of his writing. His sonnets, with their delicate beauty and insight into love and time continued touching readers' hearts across the globe. Shakespeare's legacy exists not just in books or on stages. It lives in how we use language, tell stories, and understand ourselves. His genius lies in his ability to capture the full spectrum of human experience, from the lightest comedy to the darkest tragedy. As you rest here, feeling sleep's gentle weight upon you, know that Shakespeare's story is one of inspiration, creativity, and boundless imagination. He reminds us that even the simplest beginnings can lead to extraordinary journeys, that the world is full of stories waiting to be told, and that words have the power to change hearts and minds. Allow his life story to guide you into restful slumber, where dreams unfold like scenes of a play filled with wonder, beauty, and endless possibility. Let the words of the past wrap around you like a soft blanket, comforting and timeless. As we continue reflecting on Shakespeare's life and legacy, his story weaves a rich tapestry of creativity, resilience, and timeless brilliance. Though the world around him changed, his works remained steadfast, a beacon of human expression that endured across centuries. The decades following his death saw gradual recognition of his profound impact. Scholars, actors, and audiences began understanding the depth of his contributions. The first folio of 1623 secured his place in history, ensuring plays like Macbeth, The Tempest, Twelfth Night, and Julius Caesar would be preserved and shared with future generations. As time progressed, Shakespeare's work spread beyond England's shores. Traveling theater companies performed his plays across Europe. By the 18th century, his influence had reached the world's far corners, with translations bringing his words to new languages and cultures. The universality of his themes, love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption, resonated with people from all walks of life. Shakespeare's birthplace, Stratford-upon-Avon, slowly became a pilgrimage site for literature and theater lovers. Visitors walked the same cobblestone streets, passed by the same river banks, and stood in the same rooms where Shakespeare once lived. The small town grew into a symbol of creativity and artistic heritage, forever linked to its most famous son's legacy. As centuries progressed, Shakespeare's plays were studied in schools, performed in grand theaters, and adapted for new media. Actors found endless opportunities to breathe life into his characters, from tragic figures like Hamlet and King Lear to comedic brilliance in Much Ado About Nothing and A Midsummer Night's Dream. Directors reimagined his stories in modern settings, on battlefields, in boardrooms, and even in distant galaxies, proving his themes remained ever relevant. Shakespeare's influence on the arts is immeasurable. Painters depicted scenes from his plays in rich, vibrant canvases. Composers like Felix Mendelssohn and Giuseppe Verdi transformed his works into operas and orchestral pieces. Poets and writers drew inspiration from his words, finding new ways to explore human experience. In the 19th century, Shakespearean festivals began emerging, celebrating his works with performances, lectures, and readings. The Royal Shakespeare Company, founded in the 20th century, became a beacon for continued performance and exploration of his plays. This dedication ensured his stories remained alive, evolving with each new interpretation. Shakespeare's works also found a home in cinema. Directors like Laurence Olivier, Kenneth Branagh, and Baz Luhrmann brought his plays to the silver screen. Films adapted from his works reached audiences worldwide, introducing his characters and stories to new generations. Cinema's power allowed his words to take on new dimensions, with stunning visuals and powerful performances amplifying their emotional depth. Even in the modern world, his influence persists. Expressions he penned over 400 years ago remain part of everyday language. When someone speaks of wearing their heart on their sleeve, or describes a task as a wild goose chase, they echo Shakespeare's voice. His ability to capture the human condition ensured his words would forever be woven into the fabric of our lives. As you lie comfortably, breathing gently, imagine the quiet streets of Stratford-upon-Avon bathed in twilight's soft glow. Picture the river Avon flowing peacefully, its surface shimmering with the setting sun's last rays. The breeze carries the faint scent of blooming flowers, and the world slows to a tranquil hush. Let the image of young William, eyes full of wonder and curiosity, fill your mind. See him wandering the countryside, dreaming of stories he would one day tell. His journey reminds us that creativity, passion, and perseverance can shape a legacy that outlives us all. Allow these thoughts to soothe you like the gentle turning of pages in an old book. The weight of history and the timeless beauty of Shakespeare's words settle around you, a comforting presence whispering of endless possibilities. As sleep draws you deeper, know that you are connected to a rich lineage of dreamers, thinkers, and storytellers. The same stories that moved audiences in Shakespeare's time continue resonating today, bridging the gap between past and present. In the year 742 CE, the prosperous city-state of Chorzin glittered under the noonday sun. Positioned as a nexus for caravan routes feeding distant empires, Chorzin thrived on the exchange of saffron, silk, star charts, and rumors whispered behind curtained alcoves. At its center loomed a grand marketplace, whose vaulted roof trapped the daily bustle and ceaseless echo. Traders from Byzantium, Tang China, the Abbasid Caliphate, and beyond mingled among stalls stacked high with lapis lazuli, dried fruit, and perfumed sandalwood. Some hailed it as a marvel of cosmopolitan life, where fortunes might pivot in a single conversation. Among the people navigating the throng was Kara bin Yassin, a traveling scholar whose lineage traced back to the once renowned Zoroastrian priests of Persia. Her face betrayed concentration as she studied hieroglyphic notations in a weathered scroll. Unmarried and unconcerned with societal expectations placed upon women of her station, she had roamed from one end of the Silk Road to the other, piecing together knowledge that seldom found its way into official annals. The swirl of Corzon's commerce did not distract her. She focused on a lead suggesting rare manuscripts had surfaced in a private collection near the city's eastern quarter. This rumor, if proven true, could illuminate corners of history barely glimpsed by scholars. Carol pressed deeper into a labyrinth of narrow lanes behind the main bazaar, guided by a coded map etched into her memory. Eager boys offered to carry her satchels for a coin, and watchful guards in brass-trimmed uniforms eyed each passer-by. She brushed off all offers of help. Too many watchers, too many ears. At last, she arrived at a courtyard hidden behind a plain wooden door. Its walls were plastered in cream white, while vines spiraled up lattices under a hazy afternoon sky. Within that secluded enclave stood an elderly bibliophile named Qasim al-Talibi, his hands trembling under the burden of a slender volume bound in jade-green leather. Their meeting was brief. Kara offered him carefully wrapped objects, fragments of ancient mathematics tablets uncovered near Samarkand. In exchange, Qasim relinquished the jade-bound text. He warned her that certain circles would stop at nothing to keep these pages hidden, for they revealed knowledge rumored to disrupt any empire reliant on controlling scholarship. She nodded gravely, accustomed to the shadows that dogged rare manuscripts across the years. She had learned that truth took many forms, each requiring a subtle approach to keep it from vanishing under official censorship. Emerging once again into the main bazaar, Kara carefully hid her new acquisition beneath her traveling cloak. She knew better than to linger. Corzon's seeming tolerance of foreign ideas could transform abruptly if power shifted. Memories of burned scrolls and harassed scribes in other lands haunted her, fueling her determination to preserve the text at any cost. She arranged passage with a local caravan heading eastward, led by a woman named Afsun, who had a reputation for outmaneuvering desert bandits. Kara recognized that partnering with such a skilled merchant would be costly, yet safety for the jade-bound book was paramount. Before the caravan departed, Kara paid her respects at a small shrine dedicated to wise men of antiquity. A single candle flickered by the altar, illuminating offerings left by travelers praying for clear roads and fair weather. She exhaled a silent oath that she would not let ignorance devour the precious knowledge in her care. Beyond the city's gates lay an expanse of desert studded with dunes and hammered by fierce winds. But her route led even farther, along mountain trails rumored to house hidden monasteries and ephemeral oasis pools. The unstoppable pulse of curiosity drove her to press forward, regardless of perils that might lurk around the next bend. The journey begins. Dawn arrived, painting the sky with ochre and salmon hues. Kara joined Afsun and the other travelers at the designated meeting point, where camels brayed and donkey drivers prepared loads of barley and dried fruit. The caravan's efficiency was immediately evident. Each person had a distinct task. By the time the sun fully breached the horizon, they were on the move. Kara walked near Afsun, who shared glimpses of the terrain ahead and introduce Kara to the caravan's unspoken rules. Trust the signals, ration water meticulously, and never question the necessity of midnight halts. In these borderless regions, vigilance was currency. First day's travel. With the sun mounting, the caravan snaked through a parched plain dotted by twisted shrubs. A hush fell over them, broken only by the soft shuffling of hooves and the gentle clink of metal fastenings. Kara's thoughts drifted to the codex inside her bag. She had only glimpsed a few pages thus far, intricate diagrams of planetary movement, cryptic references to an ancient empire that preceded the Abbasids, and footnotes scrolled in an unfamiliar script. If accurate, these writings expanded the known timeline of advanced astronomy by centuries. She resolved to study every page once the caravan reached a safe haven. Midday rest. Afsoon signaled a halt near a cluster of sun-scorched boulders, granting the group respite from the crushing midday heat. While some dozed in makeshift shade, Kara took cautious sips from her water skin, feeling the dryness cling to her throat. A restlessness stirred within her, equal parts excitement and anxiety. She replayed Qasim al-Talabai's warning. Powerful figures had an interest in ensuring no one deciphered the text. For them, knowledge was a finite resource, best kept under strict watch. As a swirl of wind kicked sand across her path, Kara gripped her satchel, silently vowing she would not be silenced. Evening at the oasis. By twilight, the caravan approached a modest oasis lined with date palms that cast long shadows across still water. Afsoon guided her camels into a semicircle, forming a protective barrier against stray wanderers. Several travelers set about erecting tents, while others gathered wood for small fires that would ward off the desert night's chill. Kara found herself drawn to the water's edge, where subdued conversation rose among weary merchants. Some speculated about political tensions brewing in distant courts. Others lamented the rising cost of salt. As darkness settled, the oasis took on an otherworldly hush. A crescent moon glimmered overhead, illuminating faint outlines of crumbling stone pillars, suggesting an abandoned settlement from a forgotten era. Night study. Under that quiet vault of stars, Kara couldn't resist scanning a few more pages of the jade-bound manuscript. Its text merged empirical observations with philosophical notes referencing the grand wheel of time. She recognized oblique references to astronomical systems older than the widely recognized Ptolemaic model. If deciphered fully, such knowledge might challenge many assumptions cherished by esteemed academies. Warning from Afsoon. Meanwhile, Afsoon stepped away from the main group, beckoning Kara to join her near a withered acacia. "You stand out among our company," the merchant remarked in a measured tone. "Your eyes never rest, and you guard that bag as if it carries the soul of a king." Kara, wary of revealing too much, offered that she was merely a scholar entrusted with a rare item. Afsoon nodded, but warned Kara that roving spies, seeking advantage for rival factions, often infiltrated caravans. She suggested Kara remain vigilant, especially given the extraordinary bustle in Corzin, where rumor traveled like wildfire. Sleepless night. Unable to sleep, Kara lingered by the embers of the fire, after most travelers had dozed off. She studied the swirling patterns of the night sky, mindful of the coded star charts in the manuscript. Passing caravans sometimes recounted legends of a hidden library in the mountain city of Varash, where lines of knowledge stretched back centuries unknown. Kara wondered if that library could fill the gaps in her text. She believed the jade-bound manuscript might be only a fragment of a larger puzzle scattered across the Silk Road's shifting tapestry. Second day's journey. Morning unveiled a horizon brushed with amber. The caravan proceeded along a rocky escarpment overlooking a vast dune field. Rolling slopes of sand rippled beneath the wind like the surface of a living sea. At midday, they paused for water, rationed by Afsoon with practiced efficiency. Kara noticed that one of the other travelers, a soft-spoken man named Malik, carried a small chest meticulously locked. He traveled with perpetual worry etched into his features, eyes darting whenever talk turned to rumors of desert raiders. Secrets seemed to coil around each member of this assemblage, as though no one ventured these roads without hidden motives. Encounter with horsemen. Late in the afternoon, the caravan encountered a party of horsemen flying the banner of a minor warlord rumored to be in league with the region's most feared bandit clans. Tension crackled through the group as Afsoon halted the caravan, waiting for the riders to approach. After a terse greeting, the horsemen rode on, apparently uninterested in conflict. But the encounter rattled everyone. Kara noticed Afsoon's posture remained rigid with caution long after the riders vanished in a plume of dust. The merchant murmured about changing their route, seeking narrower trails less patrolled by predatory chieftains. Camp in the gorge. That evening brought them to a narrow gorge, its walls towering on either side in jagged ridges. Afsoon insisted they make camp in a sheltered alcove, half hidden behind withered boulders. By the flicker of firelight, Kara finally delved into the central chapter of the manuscript. Strange symbols, part cuneiform, part unknown script, decorated the margins. Each sign was accompanied by cryptic commentary. The text recounted a civilization that mapped constellations in ways contrasting with every known chart. Diagrammatic lines implied an advanced geometry far exceeding the standard calculations of her time. The theft. Just as Kara's pulse quickened at the revelation, a cry rang out near the edge of camp. She rushed toward the commotion, heart pounding. Malik stood trembling by his small chest, which now lay open, its contents missing. Anguish colored his voice as he pleaded for help, insisting that something vital had been stolen. Crucial letters from the governor of Basra, hidden within that chest. Afsoon assembled the caravan members, demanding an explanation. Tempers flared. Suspicion circled, and whispered accusations rippled through the group. Searching for footprints beneath lantern light, they discovered evidence of at least 2 intruders, who had come and gone without a trace. No sign indicated who among them might be an accomplice. Growing tension. The theft underscored Afsoon's earlier warning. In these transitory worlds, secrets attract cunning opportunists. Kara gripped her manuscript more tightly, wishing to vanish inside the labyrinth of lines and symbols that promised an era unbounded by petty intrigue. Yet she remained anchored in the caravan's tense reality. The road ahead felt increasingly perilous, and the cost of preserving knowledge seemed set to rise. Subdued morning. The following sunrise found the caravan subdued, each member wary of neighbors who might conceal hidden agendas. Afsoon led them out of the gorge at a brisk pace, aiming to put distance between their group and whoever had orchestrated the nighttime theft. A pale wind carried the scent of flint and dust, stinging eyes and chapping lips. Their route descended along a dry riverbed flanked by stunted tamarisk shrubs, offering scant protection from the intensifying sun. Kara trudged in silence, mindful that trust could be a luxury. As midday drew near, they spotted the remnants of a caravanserai built against the side of a bluff. Its once sturdy walls had caved in, and battered archways led into courtyards strewn with fallen timber. Afsoon signaled a cautious approach, uncertain whether travelers or outlaws might be occupying the ruins. The group explored in pairs, stepping over cracked tiles littered with scorpion husks. No living presence emerged, though evidence of a hasty departure, scattered coals, torn blankets, suggested someone had sheltered there not long before. Since water was available from a half-collapsed cistern, Afsoon decided they would rest under what remained of the caravanserai's roof. Discovery in the courtyard. Malik hovered by his broken chest, sifting through remnants of cloth as though searching for any clue. Kara drifted away from the group, drawn to an overgrown courtyard where a dried fountain stood. Vines draped its cracked basin, trailing over carved motifs of intertwined serpents. Time and neglect had worn away the finer details, yet a mysterious energy lingered, as though the place once echoed with conversations about cosmic truths beyond mortal comprehension. She pulled out the jade-bound book to scrutinize a passage describing the 4 points beyond the boundary of earthly measure. The text postulated that certain stellar alignments, stars in specific conjunctions, allowed glimpses into knowledge unattainable through ordinary means. This notion was not entirely foreign, given that many mystical traditions in Persia and India spoke of cosmic gates. Still, the clarity of these instructions startled her. The manuscript seemed less a mere curiosity and more a carefully constructed key. Evening conversations. As dusk fell, moonlight filtered through the caravanserai's gaps, accentuating outlines of shattered pillars. The group huddled around small fires. Soft conversation revolved around the abrupt shift in weather, the possibility of encountering warlord patrols, and whether rumors of a plague in the western provinces were exaggerated. Though the chatter seemed ordinary, Kara felt a current of urgency running beneath it. Everyone understood the precariousness of traveling these routes. At any moment, violent storms or human treachery could obliterate the careful calculations of even the most disciplined merchant. Malik's confession. Restless, Kara ventured into the courtyard once more. She ran her fingertips over the carved serpents, musing that knowledge itself often took the shape of something fearsome and winding, capable of enlightenment but also destruction, depending on who wielded it. Before she could lose herself in speculation, a subtle motion in the archway drew her attention. She turned to see Malik, shadowed in moonlight. His face still wore traces of anguish. He approached and, in hushed tones, apologized if his panic had disrupted the caravan's stability. Then he posed a startling question. "Is your book truly worth risking your life?" Kara hesitated, contemplating her answer. She confessed that its pages might safeguard insights from an older civilization, knowledge that could enrich the world if studied openly. Yet she recognized the hazards. No single text was worth a life unless it also contained the means to prevent greater harm. Malik nodded, revealing that his lost letter held the potential to end a trade blockade strangling his hometown. Without it, he feared entire families would starve. They shared a poignant silence, realizing each bore a heavy burden for reasons that extended beyond self-interest. Night intruders. Their exchange was interrupted by a faint shout from Afsun, who was patrolling the perimeter. A silhouette darted across the ruins, then vanished behind a crumbling wall. Alarmed, Kara and Malik hurried back to the main courtyard, only to find the rest of the travelers on their feet. The intrusion lasted mere seconds, but it confirmed the presence of watchers trailing them. The memory of the stolen letter flared in every mind. Gathering her satchel close, Kara recognized that pursuit was inevitable. She could only hope that what she carried would outlast the desert's shifting alliances and the relentless greed of unknown adversaries. Pre-dawn departure. Early the next day, Afsun insisted they abandon the ruin before sunrise. Lanterns swinging from camel saddles cast flickering halos in the pre-dawn gloom. Kara walked at the caravan's rear, scanning the horizon for silhouettes. She felt more exposed than ever, especially with the manuscript drawing unseen eyes. A swirl of wind rustled sparse vegetation, carrying the faint call of a distant jackal. Although no further intruders appeared, the caravan's collective nerves remained raw. Through the Badlands. Their route now wound through a series of rocky badlands. Eroded hills tinted red and ochre rose around them in jagged formations, reminiscent of a broken amphitheater. At times, the path was scarcely wide enough for 2 camels to pass. Dust coated every surface, clinging to clothes and creeping into water skins. The travelers advanced in single file, each footstep measured. Malik, no longer shy, kept pace with Kara, forging an unspoken alliance based on empathy rather than shared purpose. View from the outcropping. By noon, they reached an outcropping that afforded a sweeping view of the surrounding valleys. Afsoon pointed to a distant caravan crossing a ridge, its figures small as insects against the harsh light. "Better to let them move on without our paths intersecting," she murmured, concerned they might be bandits or rival merchants. She had planned a side route that skirted known bandit strongholds, though it meant trudging through more challenging terrain. No one objected. Safety trumped speed in these uncertain wilds. Heat exhaustion. As the day wore on, the punishing sun pressed down. Some travelers began showing signs of heat exhaustion. Afsoon allotted extra water rations, mindful that supplies were finite. Kara's thoughts swirled with calculations. How many days until they reached an established town? Would the manuscript's possible revelations be worth the perils? She reminded herself that knowledge had never come cheap, especially not the kind that might undermine established systems of power. Still, she felt an undercurrent of apprehension. Unseen forces seemed determined to intercept their path. Twilight offered a brief respite. They pitched camp at a plateau peppered with hardy desert shrubs. Wind moaned through the stony hollows, producing a low sound that set everyone on edge. This time, Afsoon posted watches in rotating pairs. Kara volunteered for the midnight shift, hoping to glean some solitude for reading. When her turn arrived, she positioned herself near a small fire, scanning the starlit horizon while carefully turning pages of the jade-bound codex. A diagram, carefully inked, depicted a swirling cosmos dotted with unfamiliar constellations. The accompanying text mentioned a geometry bridging mind and universe, though the specifics remained cloaked in archaic jargon. She sensed movement at the edge of the firelight and gripped the book protectively. But it was only an elderly trader from their group, awakened by coughing. He approached, nodding politely. "I see that you carry more than curiosity," he said, glancing at the manuscript's glowing pages. He spoke of his younger days when he traveled to a mountaintop sanctuary rumored to house writings older than any empire. The priests there, he claimed, hinted that scattered relics across the Silk Road formed pieces of a grand puzzle. He stopped short of elaborating, perhaps wary of scaring her with improbable myths, or simply reluctant to resurrect memories best left buried. Kara nodded, intrigued yet cautious. She had heard variations of the mountaintop library tale in her journeys. One version placed it in Tibet, another in the highlands of Persia, and yet another in the Himalayas near the Indus. Regardless of location, the consistent theme was that a hidden repository of ancient texts might hold radical knowledge of mathematics, medicine, and astronomy. Could her manuscript be part of that lost legacy? She recalled hearing rumors that certain references connected the library's existence to the taboo notion of cyclical time, where civilizations rose and fell repeatedly, each leaving faint echoes for the next. The elderly trader coughed again and excused himself to rest. Alone, Kara gazed at the codex, a swirl of questions filling her mind. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the night air. She sprang to her feet. Afsun came running, sword in hand. A scout on the perimeter shouted news of footsteps on the far side of the plateau. Everyone scrambled for weapons. Adrenaline surged. Within moments, the intruders fled, vanishing as swiftly as they'd arrived, leaving only footprints. Afsun suspected they were testing the caravan's defenses. Tension soared, though no battle ensued. The message was clear. Someone was tracking them with precision. As the group attempted to settle back into a semblance of rest, Kara's mind refused to quiet. She wondered if the vanished intruders belonged to a clandestine order or were simply bandits with a knack for intimidation. Either way, the manuscript's significance seemed amplified in that uneasy darkness. She cradled her precious book, feeling the weight of unspoken centuries pressed between its covers. The next day would bring new confrontations, but for now, she could only watch the flickering embers and await the uncertain dawn. Journey to Kesh. Dawn arrived with a brutal clarity that rendered every stone, shrub, and weary expression in sharp focus. Afsun wasted no time ordering a quick departure. The caravan assembled under a sky streaked with lavender and rose, a fleeting beauty overshadowed by the need for vigilance. Camels loaded, watch rotations decided, they moved out, following a narrow, winding track that descended toward lower elevations. The arid air tasted metallic, as if charged with pent-up tension. By mid-morning, the landscape began transitioning to hill country. Small streams, fed by recent rains, cut through the terrain, offering a chance to refill water skins. The travelers approached a shallow creek where reeds rustled in the wind. Kara noticed footprints in the soggy earth. A separate group had passed here recently, heading in the same direction. Afsun scowled, muttering about the possibility of bandits. They might be trailing those who had invaded their camps. Concern rippled through the caravan. Eager to stay ahead, Afsun pushed the group onward at a grueling pace. Approaching Kesh. Kara's calves ached as the trail zigzagged between rocky slopes and patches of thorny vegetation. In the distance, the outlines of a fortified town occasionally emerged, only to disappear behind ridge lines. She guessed it to be Kesh, a mid-sized trading post rumored to host pilgrims from the Indus region. If they could reach Kesh by nightfall, the caravan would have a solid perimeter wall to shield them, at least temporarily. Eventually, they spotted walls of pale stone crowned by watchtowers. Afsun signaled for calm, reminding everyone that unknown dangers could lurk within a walled town as readily as outside. Entering Kesh. Approaching the gates, they encountered a row of guards wearing mismatched armor. After examining Afsun's travel permits, the guards allowed them in exchange for a modest toll. Inside, the streets were cramped, with stalls selling earthenware, dyed cloth, and hammered bronze jewelry. The aromas of grilled meat and fresh bread teased weary travelers, but an undercurrent of weariness ran through the crowd. Afsun found a secure compound where the caravan could rest. Stone walls enclosed a courtyard that provided storage for the camels and a small stable for donkeys. Rumors in Kesh. Kara, anxious to glean any insight into who might be pursuing them, ventured into the town's winding lanes. She discovered a public square where men played strategy games on carved wooden boards. Nearby, a cluster of pilgrims chanted verses in a language unfamiliar to her. Amid these scenes, rumors floated. A band of masked riders had passed through a day earlier, asking about a certain traveling scholar. The mention chilled her. She hurried back to the compound, only to find Malik pacing by the gate, fidgeting with a leather pouch. He had overheard similar chatter, strangers seeking news of a woman carrying forbidden documents. Kara realized the net was tightening. They still had a window to slip away, but not much of one. Night escaped from Kesh. She conferred with Afsoon, who suggested leaving Kesh under cover of darkness, continuing east along seldom used back roads. Although it entailed more risk, waiting might let their pursuers converge. After sunset, the caravan packed up stealthily. Torches were kept minimal, camels silenced with calm handling. A hush enveloped them as they slipped through Kesh's secondary gate, bribing a night watchman who scarcely looked at their faces. Outside the walls, moonlight glimmered on the grassland. Kara clutched the manuscript, absorbing the night's chill. She couldn't escape the conviction that her mission had become a race, one in which the cost of failure was irreparable loss, not just for her, but for an entire lineage of knowledge that might vanish again. Through the highlands, guided by Afsoon's careful planning, they pressed into a region of rolling hills shaped by centuries of flood and drought. Occasional clusters of cypress trees broke the monotony. Crickets chirped in the darkness. The group maintained strict silence, halting often to listen for sounds of pursuit. Each time the night breeze whispered through the brush, Kara braced for a distant hoofbeat or a flash of torchlight. Yet hours passed with no sign of ambush. As the moon descended, they reached a shallow ravine dotted with smooth, ancient boulders. Afsoon called for a halt to rest the animals. Kara found a flat rock and sank onto it, physically spent but mentally alert. She glanced at Malik, whose eyes reflected the same exhaustion mixed with defiance. Hope for Varash. The sky above them showed the faint glow of approaching dawn. Tomorrow, or perhaps the next day, they would come upon the mountain routes leading to Varash, the rumored city of hidden monasteries. If the caravan made it that far, the Jade manuscript might finally find a place where its arcane revelations could be deciphered without fear. But that hope remained fragile, like a candle flame in a gusty corridor. Mountain ascent. The first rays of morning lit the ravine, revealing dusty grass and scrub that offered little camouflage. Wearily, the caravan assembled and continued, mindful that speed was their best defense. Over the next hours, they traversed rolling slopes that ascended gradually into stony highlands. The trail grew hazardous. lined with loose gravel and sharp descents. Several times, a misstep nearly set a donkey tumbling into a gorge. The group's morale, though frayed, held steady under Afsoon's firm direction. Kara noticed the air thinning as they climbed, accompanied by a crisp coolness that sharpened her senses. Tiny alpine flowers clung to crevices, their vivid petals a welcome contrast to weeks of unrelenting dust. From a vantage point overlooking a sprawling valley, she glimpsed distant peaks wrapped in mysterious haze. Locals called these the 1,000-Year Mountains, rumored to shelter monastic retreats older than recorded dynasties. The prospect of reaching them bolstered her spirit, even as her body complained of fatigue. Consulting the map, near midday, the caravan stopped by a rivulet trickling through a rocky defile. While watering the animals, Afsoon and Kara consulted a hand-sketched map that indicated Varash lay 2 more days beyond the far ridges. The path ahead would be even more treacherous, cutting across unpredictable passes sometimes blocked by landslides. Kara felt her heartbeat quicken, recalling rumors that entire caravans had been buried by sudden rockfalls in these mountains. Yet the urgency to evade pursuers overshadowed every other fear. Ancient stone markers. They pressed on, the route turning into a steep climb dotted with ancient stone markers. At each switchback, Kara saw inscriptions worn by centuries of weather. She paused to trace her fingers over a faint symbol, a stylized sun encompassed by intersecting circles. Something about it resonated with the diagrams in her jade-bound codex. She made a mental note to compare them later, suspecting these markers might be vestiges of the same civilization described in the manuscript's cryptic pages. Whenever she glimpsed fresh inscriptions, her curiosity ignited anew. The storm. Late in the afternoon, the skies darkened ominously. Thunder rumbled among the peaks, and a biting wind heralded an approaching storm. Afsoon urged everyone to hurry. They located a natural overhang near a rocky ledge, providing partial shelter from the elements. Rain unleashed its fury soon after they took cover, slamming the landscape in waves. Lightning tore the sky, illuminating ragged silhouettes of mountains. The downpour threatened to wash away the path. Huddled together, the travelers watched rivulets form across the rocky ground, carrying pebbles and debris downhill. Storm study. The storm raged for hours, pitting them under the overhang. Kara used the enforced pause to unwrap the codex, sheltering it beneath a canvas. She examined the section she had not yet deciphered, focusing on references to a temple of horizons. The text included mathematical guidelines for charting star positions from an elevated vantage. With each flash of lightning, she glimpsed the manuscript's swirling lines and felt a peculiar kinship with those unknown scholars from centuries past. They had once braved the wilderness of ideas. Now, in a literal wilderness, she carried their legacy. Post-storm night. Eventually, the worst of the storm passed, leaving dripping rocks and a deep chill in its wake. The group decided to remain under the overhang for the night, wary of slick trails and potential landslides. By flickering lamplight, Afsoon distributed dried figs and salted lamb. Conversation drifted from the challenges of the climb to more philosophical musings. The futility of borders in a land shaped by millennia, the intangible line between faith and science. Malik spoke quietly of his father, who had died under a tyrant's regime while trying to protect valuable manuscripts. Listening to him, Kara sensed that each traveler had been guided here by a longing for redemption or renewal. Midnight intruders returned. Sometime after midnight, Kara awoke to the faint crackle of footsteps. She inched toward the edge of their makeshift shelter, heart pounding. Two figures, hunched low, hovered near the pack animals. She recognized them as strangers, not members of the caravan. Before she could raise an alarm, Afsoon emerged from the darkness like a phantom, sword drawn. A terse standoff ensued, broken by frantic whispers. The intruders fled once they saw they were outnumbered. The caravan's travelers, now fully awakened, spent the rest of the night in guarded watch, cold and uneasy. Final push to Varash. With dawn, they surveyed the sodden landscape. Landslides had ripped through parts of the trail, but it appeared passable with caution. Though the intruders had not returned, the sense of pursuit remained acute. Kara conferred with Afsoon, both concluding that time was running short. If Varash was within reach, they needed to seize the chance before more enemies closed in. Hoisting packs onto weary camels, the group set forth again. The distant peaks beckoned, ancient witnesses. Kara whispered a fervent hope that the city's rumored monasteries could offer refuge and perhaps reveal how to unlock the manuscript's deeper secrets. Treacherous final stretch. The final stretch to Varash proved grueling. Narrow trails clung to mountain ridges overlooking mist-shrouded abysses. Each step required vigilance. At times, they paused to listen for rockfalls in the distance, markers of unstable terrain. The air grew thinner, and breath came in short gasps. Yet beyond every precarious turn, a new vista opened, crisp lakes reflecting the sky, hidden valleys studded with wildflowers, the occasional stone ruin perched on a ledge like an ancient sentinel. The extremes of this landscape both awed and unsettled the travelers. Arrival at Varash. By late afternoon, the slopes relaxed into a wide plateau. Rising from the plateau's edge stood Varash, enclosed by a high stone rampart. At first glance, the city appeared carved from the mountain itself, its walls blending with the surrounding cliffs. Mist swirled around parapets, creating a dreamlike vision. According to legend, Varash was older than any recorded dynasty, built upon a site revered for its celestial alignments. A hush fell over the caravan as they approached the massive gates. Inside, the city's winding streets ascended in tiers. Houses with slate roofs leaned against sturdy ramparts, while cobblestone lanes converged on a central square. Steam rose from communal baths that tapped into natural hot springs. Monks in dark robes shuffled along the corridors, carrying scrolls tucked beneath their arms. Kara's senses ignited at the first glimpse of this environment. She could feel an undercurrent of scholarship humming through the city like a subterranean river, a potent contrast to the chaotic markets of Corzin. Afsoon guided the caravan to a spacious courtyard used by trade emissaries. Soon after settling, Career excused herself and ventured into the city's upper levels. Following directions gleaned from a scribe at the inn, she was searching for a specific monastery library rumored to house ancient manuscripts paralleling her jade-bound text. Crossing a series of stone bridges that arched over narrow gulches, she noticed the architecture displayed recurring motifs. Spiral carvings, geometric borders reminiscent of the Codex's marginal designs. At last, she arrived at a massive carved door flanked by statues of robed figures. A discreet sign identified it as the Library of High Windows. The Library of High Windows. Inside, the atmosphere was reverential. Golden light filtered through stained glass windows, illuminating shelves stacked from floor to ceiling with scrolls, codices, and tablets. Monks, novices, and a few learned travelers from distant lands moved quietly between reading alcoves. Kara approached a tall, bearded monk who introduced himself as Brother Kalin. With measured politeness, he asked her purpose. Kara revealed her codex, explaining in hushed tones that she believed it referenced an advanced astronomy predating recognized schools of thought. Discovery and collaboration. Intrigued, Brother Kalin led her to a private study chamber lit by oil lamps. There, he produced a set of meticulously preserved star charts inscribed on leather. To Kara's amazement, certain passages aligned closely with the diagrams in her manuscript. Upon closer inspection, they found near-identical glyphs representing cardinal points beyond normal mapping. Brother Kalin's eyes glimmered with excitement. These references appear in only our oldest records, believed to have been copied from texts salvaged millennia ago. As the evening deepened, they pieced together parallel lines of text, cross-referencing them with genealogies, star charts, and cryptic commentaries. The synergy suggested that the jade-bound book might indeed be part of a nearly lost tradition. The missing piece. However, a vital section remained missing. It was rumored that a sister manuscript lay in a monastery farther east, high in a remote range where few ventured. Kara's heart sank, knowing the road ahead might hold even greater dangers. Yet she also felt invigorated. The puzzle had grown more intricate, weaving her fate with ancient legacies that demanded guardianship. Threats in Varash. Upon returning to the inn, she found Afsoon and Malik in heated discussion with the rest of the caravan. News had arrived that unidentified riders were poking around Varash's gates, questioning travelers about a woman scholar and her prized artifact. Their arrival here was no secret. For the moment, the city's laws prevented open aggression, but no one believed that protection would last indefinitely. Afsun proposed they break the caravan into smaller groups for anonymity. Malik pledged to stand by Kara, recognizing that her success might ripple far beyond personal gain. Evening Council. Under the inn's lantern glow, Kara shared what she and Brother Kalen had uncovered. The group listened in solemn silence, understanding the gravity of her discovery. Perhaps it offered a new perspective on the cosmos, or perhaps it threatened structures built on carefully managed knowledge. Either way, their pursuers would not relent. Still, Kara felt renewed determination. The tapestry of centuries had woven her path into this moment. With the city of Varash as an unlikely refuge, she now held a clearer vision of the manuscript's purpose. Choices ahead. Dawn would bring decisions, whether to remain, to search for the sister text, or to brave unknown dangers. In that flickering moment of possibility, each traveler realized they had become part of a tale larger than themselves, carried along by caravans, forged in hidden libraries, and destined to echo across the shifting dunes and precarious peaks of time. Part 3. Socrates, the father of Western philosophy. Birth and early Athens. Over 2,000 years ago, in 469 BC, Socrates was born in Athens, Greece. Athens was a city at the heart of the ancient world, a center of art, culture, and intellectual thought. Socrates' early life, however, was modest. His father, Sophroniscus, was a stonemason, and his mother, Phaedride, was a midwife. From these humble beginnings, Socrates would grow to become one of the most profound thinkers in human history. Youth and early work. As a young man, Socrates likely followed in his father's footsteps as a stonemason, learning the craft of shaping stone and building structures. Yet even then, his curiosity about the world and human nature set him apart. Socrates was not drawn to wealth or power. Instead, he found fulfillment in observing life, questioning beliefs, and seeking wisdom. The unwritten philosophy. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Socrates did not write books or leave behind written records of his teachings. Instead, we know about his life and philosophy through the writings of his students, particularly Plato. Through these accounts, we gain insight into Socrates' unique method of teaching and his relentless pursuit of truth. The Socratic method. Socrates' approach to philosophy was deeply rooted in dialogue and inquiry. He believed that wisdom began with recognizing one's own ignorance. To him, admitting that we do not know everything opened the door to learning and growth. This idea became the foundation of the Socratic method, a process of asking and answering questions to stimulate critical thinking and uncover underlying truths. Life in the streets of Athens. Socrates spent much of his life walking the streets of Athens, engaging in conversations with people from all walks of life. He would approach artisans, politicians, and everyday citizens, asking probing questions that challenged their assumptions and beliefs. These discussions were not meant to humiliate or demean, but to encourage reflection and deeper understanding. Personal appearance and charisma. Despite his humble appearance, barefoot, dressed simply, and often unkempt, Socrates' intellect and charisma drew people to him. Many young Athenians admired his wisdom and became his students, eager to learn from his insights. However, his habit of questioning authority and exposing contradictions in people's beliefs also earned him powerful enemies. Philosophy of virtue. Socrates believed that a life worth living was one dedicated to virtue and the pursuit of truth. He often spoke of the importance of the soul and the need to care for it through ethical living. To Socrates, material wealth and social status were insignificant compared to the value of living a just and honorable life. Athens in turmoil. Athens during Socrates' lifetime was a city in flux. It faced political turmoil, military conflicts, and shifting cultural values. Socrates' teachings, which encouraged critical thinking and challenged traditional norms, were seen by some as a threat to societal stability. His questioning of the status quo made him a controversial figure, admired by many, but also viewed with suspicion and hostility by others. The trial. In 399 BC, when Socrates was 70 years old, he was brought to trial on charges of corrupting the youth and impiety, essentially for not recognizing Athens' gods and introducing new ones. His accusers painted him as a dangerous influence who undermined the fabric of society. Defense and conviction. During his trial, Socrates stood firm in his beliefs. Rather than plead for his life or renounce his teachings, he used the opportunity to defend the principles he held dear. He argued that his questioning and discussions were a service to Athens, pushing its citizens to think critically and live virtuously. The trial was both a demonstration of Socrates' unwavering commitment to truth and a reflection of the political tensions in Athens. Despite his eloquence and integrity, the jury found him guilty. He was sentenced to death by drinking a cup of hemlock, a poison that would end his life. Final days. In the days leading up to his execution, Socrates remained calm and composed. Surrounded by his closest friends and students, he continued to discuss philosophy and the nature of life and death. He viewed death not as something to fear, but as a transition to another state of existence, where the soul might find true knowledge. The execution. On the day of his execution, Socrates drank the hemlock with dignity and courage, accepting his fate without bitterness or resentment. His final moments were spent in conversation, a testament to his belief that the pursuit of wisdom and truth transcended even the boundaries of life itself. Immediate legacy. Socrates' death marked the end of his physical presence in Athens, but his ideas lived on through his students and their writings. Plato, in particular, dedicated much of his work to preserving and expanding upon Socrates' teachings, ensuring that his philosophy would endure for generations to come. Father of Western philosophy. Today, Socrates is remembered as the father of Western philosophy, a thinker whose commitment to truth and virtue continues to inspire. His life teaches us the importance of questioning, of seeking knowledge, and of living with integrity. Evening reflection. As you reflect on Socrates' journey, let his story guide you into a state of relaxation and peace. His dedication to wisdom reminds us that the pursuit of understanding is a lifelong journey, one that brings meaning and purpose to our lives. Visualizing ancient Athens. Imagine the streets of ancient Athens. The soft light of the setting sun casts long shadows on the stone buildings. Hear the murmur of conversations as Socrates walks among the people, his questions sparking thought and introspection. Let this image fill your mind with a sense of calm and wonder. Drifting to sleep. As you drift into sleep, let the wisdom of Socrates' life inspire your dreams. His legacy reminds us that even in the face of adversity, the pursuit of truth and the care of the soul are endeavors worth striving for. Let the story of Socrates settle gently in your mind as you relax deeper into rest. Timeless lessons. His life, though lived so many centuries ago, carries timeless lessons that resonate in every moment of reflection and inquiry. Socrates reminds us that the simplest question can lead to the most profound discoveries, and that truth, even when difficult, is worth pursuing. The Agora scene. Picture Socrates standing in the Agora, Athens' bustling marketplace. The air hums with activity, merchants calling out their wares, philosophers debating ideas, and citizens discussing the affairs of the city. Amid this lively scene, Socrates stands calmly, engaging those around him with thoughtful questions. His unassuming presence and sharp intellect captivate those who stop to listen, drawing them into conversations that challenge their deepest beliefs. Evening discussions. As the sun sets over Athens, the city quiets, and Socrates continues his discussions under the glow of oil lamps. The stars above twinkle faintly, a reminder of the vast universe beyond. His voice carries the gentle rhythm of inquiry and understanding. Socrates believed that philosophy was not just an intellectual pursuit but a way of life, a commitment to questioning, learning, and living with integrity. The students. Imagine his students gathered around him, their faces illuminated by soft light as they listen intently. Among them are young minds who would carry his teachings forward, shaping the future of philosophy and ensuring that his legacy would endure. The scene is serene, filled with the quiet joy of shared knowledge and the timeless beauty of human connection. Power of dialogue. Socrates' belief in the power of dialogue teaches us the importance of listening as well as questioning. In a world often filled with noise and haste, his approach encourages us to slow down, to reflect, and to seek clarity in our thoughts and interactions. His humility, his willingness to admit his own ignorance, and his tireless pursuit of understanding are qualities that inspire us to approach life with openness and curiosity. Coastal walk. Now, as you drift closer to sleep, Picture Socrates walking along the quiet shores of ancient Greece. The waves gently lap at the sand. The moon casts a silver light over the sea, and the cool breeze carries the scent of salt and earth. Socrates walks slowly, his thoughts as calm and steady as the rhythm of the waves. In this peaceful moment, his dedication to truth and wisdom feels as vast and eternal as the ocean itself. Enveloping serenity. Feel the serenity of this image envelop you as you rest. Socrates' life reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, the search for meaning and understanding brings us closer to the essence of who we are. His courage to stand by his principles, even in the face of great adversity, is a gentle reminder to live with integrity and purpose. Temple steps at dawn. As you relax further, imagine the soft sound of sandals on stone as Socrates ascends the steps of a temple. The sky is painted with the warm hues of dawn. The first rays of sunlight illuminate the ancient city, a symbol of renewal and the endless possibilities that come with each new day. Let this image fill you with a sense of hope and calm, a quiet reassurance that the pursuit of truth is always worth the effort. Deep rest. As you drift into a deep and restful sleep, carry with you the wisdom and spirit of Socrates. His life teaches us that even the simplest questions can open the door to profound insights, and that the search for understanding is a journey without end. Continuing legacy. As the gentle rhythm of Socrates' life story echoes in your mind, allow yourself to relax even further. His life, dedicated to the pursuit of wisdom and the betterment of the human soul, is a profound reminder that every question we ask is a step toward understanding the world and ourselves. Socrates believed that knowledge was not about having answers, but about the courage to ask and to seek. Night in Athens. Picture the calm stillness of ancient Athens at night. The soft glow of lanterns lines narrow streets. Socrates, with his simple cloak draped over his shoulders, moves quietly among the people. His presence, as humble as it is impactful, sparks conversations, journeys into thought, reminders to those around him that wisdom begins with wonder. Commitment to virtue. Socrates' approach to life was marked by an unshakable commitment to virtue. He often spoke of the importance of living a life in harmony with one's values, of aligning actions with principles. To him, the care of the soul was the highest purpose, far more important than wealth, fame, or material success. This philosophy reminds us that true fulfillment comes not from external achievements, but from inner growth and ethical living. Soothing teaching. As you rest, let the wisdom of this teaching soothe your thoughts. The idea that our choices shape not just our lives, but the essence of who we are encourages us to approach each moment with intention and care. Socrates' belief in the transformative power of self-reflection invites us to look inward, to nurture our inner lives with the same dedication and compassion we offer to others. Spring morning walk. Now imagine the gentle breeze of a spring morning in ancient Greece. The hills around Athens are bathed in golden light. Socrates walks with his students along a quiet path, the sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves creating a peaceful symphony. Their conversation flows naturally, filled with questions and ideas that challenge and inspire. This idyllic scene captures the essence of Socrates' philosophy, a life lived in connection with nature, community, and the endless pursuit of knowledge. Courage in death. As you drift deeper into relaxation, think of Socrates' courage in facing the end of his life. His calm acceptance of his fate, his willingness to stand by his beliefs even in the face of death, is a testament to the strength of his character. He taught his students not to fear death, but to view it as a natural part of existence, a transition that, like life itself, holds the potential for learning and growth. Warm blanket of perspective. Feel the serenity of Socrates' perspective as it envelopes you like a warm blanket. His unwavering faith in the value of a life well lived reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, we can find peace by staying true to our values and seeking the truth within ourselves. His life, marked by challenges, was ultimately one of profound purpose and enduring legacy. Hilltop Vista. As the night deepens, imagine Socrates standing on a hill overlooking Athens. The city lights twinkle below like stars fallen to earth. The wind carries with it the faint sounds of laughter and conversation, the echoes of a city alive with thought and creativity. In this quiet moment, Socrates reflects on the beauty of a world filled with questions and possibilities. Guiding to sleep. Let this image guide you into a deep, restful sleep. The story of Socrates reminds us that life's greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the depth of our exploration. His commitment to wisdom, his humility in the face of the unknown, and his courage to challenge convention inspire us to live with authenticity and purpose. Part 4. The Mystery of Rome's Ninth Legion. Introduction to the Ninth Legion. The Ninth Legion, known as Legio IX Hispana, was one of the most battle-hardened and feared units in the Roman army. Its origins trace back to the violent civil wars of the late Republic. Raised by Julius Caesar in the mid-1st century BC, the Ninth fought fiercely in the Gallic Wars, earning a reputation for unyielding discipline and brutal efficiency. Centuries of service. Over the decades, it became a cornerstone of Roman military power, participating in some of the empire's most pivotal campaigns. It battled in Spain, Germania, and across the vast landscapes of Britannia, Rome's most rebellious frontier. But for all its glory, the Ninth would become a ghost in history, vanishing from records as if erased by time itself. Britannia, Rome's troubled frontier. By the early 2nd century CE, the Ninth Legion had already seen centuries of bloodshed. Under the rule of Emperor Hadrian, Rome's grip on Britain was fragile. The island had been a thorn in the empire's side since the conquest began in 43 CE under Emperor Claudius. While the Romans had established towns and fortresses, they never fully tamed the wild, mist-covered northern lands inhabited by fierce tribes like the Caledonians and Picts. warriors who resisted Roman rule with unrelenting ferocity. Rome's infrastructure in Britannia. Rome had built walls, roads, and forts to control Britannia, but their presence was never secure. The ninth was stationed at Eboracum, modern-day York, tasked with enforcing order in an increasingly volatile land. The disappearance. Then, at some point between 108 CE and 120 CE, the Ninth Legion disappeared from history. Unlike other Roman legions whose movements were meticulously documented, the Ninth simply vanished. Its name never appeared in imperial records again. Historians have debated its fate for centuries. Was it annihilated in a catastrophic battle? Was it quietly disbanded? Did it march into the unknown, leaving only whispers behind? Theory of Northern Destruction. The most widely accepted theory is that the Ninth was sent north into the uncharted highlands of Caledonia on a mission that ended in disaster. Rome had suffered crushing defeats before. The infamous Teutoburg Forest massacre of 9 CE, where 3 entire legions were wiped out by Germanic tribes, proved that even the mighty Roman war machine was not invincible. But unlike Teutoburg, where survivors lived to tell the tale, no known first-hand accounts exist of what truly happened to the Ninth. Possible ambush scenario. One possibility is that the legion marched beyond Rome's frontier to subdue a rebellion, and was ambushed by a force too large to repel. The Caledonians were masters of guerrilla warfare, using dense forests and rugged terrain to launch swift, devastating attacks. If the Ninth was lured into unfamiliar landscape, perhaps pursuing an enemy deeper into the highlands, it could have been surrounded and slaughtered to the last man. Its survivors hunted down in the shadows of the mountains. No messengers. No escape. No trace. A covert and total obliteration. Theory of internal mutiny. Another theory suggests an internal mutiny, that the Ninth soldiers, worn down by endless campaigns, harsh conditions, and poor supplies, turned against their officers. If rebellion broke out within the ranks and the legion fragmented, it could explain why Rome never acknowledged its fate. A rogue legion was a dangerous thing, a stain upon the empire's reputation that Hadrian may have preferred to erase. Hadrian's wall connection. The Ninth's disappearance coincides suspiciously with Emperor Hadrian's decision to construct Hadrian's Wall, a vast stone barrier that cut Britannia in half, sealing Rome away from the unconquered north. Could this wall have been a silent admission that the Ninth's destruction proved Caledonia was beyond Rome's reach? Never reformed. Whatever happened, the Ninth was never reformed. Unlike other legions that suffered heavy losses but were later reconstituted, the Ninth was erased from history as if it had never existed. No triumphal inscriptions were made in its honor. No poets sang of its bravery. A unit that had fought for over a century across 3 continents was simply gone, leaving only speculation in its wake. The enduring mystery. This disappearance remains one of Rome's greatest mysteries. a shadow in the empire's annals, a silence where history should be. Did the ninth meet its end in one final, savage battle in the mist-shrouded hills of the north? Or did it disappear for reasons Rome dared not reveal? The answers may forever remain buried beneath the earth of Britannia, lost in the echoes of time. Beyond the frontier. Somewhere beyond the Roman frontier, deep in the shadowy Caledonian highlands, lay the probable fate of the Ninth Legion. Contrary to the well-patrolled roads of southern Britannia, beyond Eboracum, modern-day York, loomed an unforgiving wilderness of heavy forests, icy rivers, and endless hills perpetually shrouded in gray mist. This was an unyielding place where the Romans had previously suffered critical defeats at the hands of local tribes. The final campaign theory. One theory says that around 117 CE, the Ninth was said to put down an uprising in Caledonia. Roman historian Fronto mentioned severe losses suffered in Britain at about this time, hinting at unrest beyond the frontier. It is probable that the newly appointed governor of Britannia, Quintus Pompeius Falco, ordered the Ninth to strike north against rebellious tribes. Roman military advantage. The Romans, with their heavy armor, rectangular shields, and disciplined formations, would have been an unstoppable force in open battle. But the Caledonians fought on their own terms, in their own country, where the rigid tactics of Rome could be broken as easily as shattered stone. Caledonian tactics. The Caledonians were masters at ambush and guerrilla warfare. They did not fight in formations nor challenge the Romans in open fields. Instead, they used their knowledge of the terrain, striking from forests, cutting off isolated units, and melting back into the mist before the Romans could react. It is likely that the Ninth Legion was lured into some unrecorded valley or thick forest where the entire force could be surrounded, attacked from all directions, and systematically wiped out before they could rally themselves. Complete annihilation. Whereas in other battles, Roman forces faced defeat but were not annihilated, and soldiers left some message for those who stayed back, the Ninth left behind no messengers, no written records, and no word of what happened. If every last man was cut down, if the legion was so utterly destroyed that no Roman lived to report the disaster, then their disappearance would have been absolute, a massacre so complete that it erased the Ninth from history itself. Betrayal theory. Another grim alternative is that the Ninth was led into an ambush, possibly thinking they were on a mission to discuss peace terms with some local chieftain, then were massacred in a surprise betrayal. Some records suggest that Roman officers may have overestimated their security and underestimated their enemy, much as they had during earlier confrontations. If the Caledonians granted the Romans permission to advance deeply into their land, apparently without opposition, only to strike with crushing force at a time of their choosing, then the Ninth could have been consumed deep in enemy territory, in a place without exit. The absence of response. But even assuming the legion was defeated, why were no Roman reinforcements sent? If one of its legions was in trouble, Rome did not spare any expense in responding with overwhelming force. If the ninth had been destroyed, the Roman military should have sent out scouts, reinforcements, or at the very least, a search party. That no such records exist raises disturbing questions. Could it be that Roman authorities knew what happened but deliberately buried the truth? Hadrian's role. Some historians speculate that the destruction of the ninth was too embarrassing to acknowledge, that Hadrian, who came to power in 117 CE, the same time the legion may have vanished, chose to erase the event from history. The timing is striking. Shortly after the ninth is believed to have disappeared, Hadrian ordered the construction of Hadrian's Wall, begun in 122 CE, a massive defensive barrier meant to keep the northern tribes out of Roman-controlled territory. Might the wall have been an unspoken admission that the north was beyond Rome's grasp, that the loss of the ninth proved further expansion impossible? Alternative theories. Other theories suggest the ninth did not get annihilated but rather was broken up, moved, or reassigned to another frontier. Records reveal that remnants of the legion might have been shifted to Germania or the eastern provinces. But if that was the case, why was the name never reused? Rome revived legions which had been defeated. Why was the ninth completely erased? Disgraceful disbandment. If the legion had been silently disbanded as a result of internal mutiny, poor performance, or political reasons, this would explain their silence in history. After all, the empire had a history of revising history according to the current needs of the ruling regime. Had the ninth refused orders, or worse, suffered some embarrassing defeat or collapse due to low morale, then Hadrian may have found it easier to eliminate the legion from Rome's official records rather than acknowledge a disgraceful failure. The certainty of mystery. Of all these theories, one thing is certain: the Ninth Legion, one of Rome's most formidable military forces, vanished into thin air. No memorials were built in their honor. No surviving officers recorded their final battle. And no concrete evidence explains their disappearance. The ninth marched into history and into legend, becoming one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the ancient world. The question of rescue. If the ninth truly met its demise in the grim wilds of Caledonia, then one burning question remains. Why did nobody save them? Rome was an empire founded on military might. When legions faced existential threats, whether to reclaim lost territory or to avenge fallen comrades, reinforcements were usually dispatched. But when the ninth vanished, there was no Roman response on record, no counterattack, no inquiry, no wild expedition to retrieve the fallen standard of the legion. Total information blackout. In the best scenarios, perhaps Rome never actually found out. If the ninth had been lured onto hostile soil, tricked into believing they were marching toward a skirmish, only to be completely surrounded, the slaughter could have been so swift and total that no messenger survived to report back. In the days before modern communications, legions depended upon runners and scouts for delivering information. In a cataclysmic battle, if the ninth had been destroyed, no one would have lived to issue the call for rescue. Imperial overextension. Another theory is that Rome knew what danger the ninth was in, and simply abandoned it. By the early 2nd century CE, the empire was overextended, with military action needed on many fronts. To the east, Rome was locked in bitter struggles against the Parthians. Across the Rhine in Germania, hostile tribes threatened the empire's borders. Hadrian's predecessor, Emperor Trajan, had been aggressively expanding Rome's borders, annexing Dacia, modern Romania, and waging costly wars that depleted Rome's treasury. By the time Hadrian was crowned in 117 CE, he had one option: maintain Rome's tenuous grasp on Britannia or turn his attention to shoring up the empire's more valuable provinces. Strategic withdrawal? Hadrian's decision was clear. He gave up the policy of expansion in Britain and fortified its borders. Only a few years after the disappearance of the ninth, Hadrian ordered the construction of Hadrian's Wall, begun in 122 CE. This huge defensive fortification across northern Britannia was a silent admission of Rome's defeat. Did Hadrian finally realize that the frontier up north was too hazardous to maintain, that the ninth's annihilation proved further conquest impossible? Political sacrifice. There is also the chilling possibility that the ninth was sacrificed for political reasons. Some historians speculate that the legion's commanders may have been involved in a failed rebellion or mutiny, leading Rome to erase them from history rather than acknowledge an embarrassing internal conflict. The Roman Empire was hardly unaware of rewriting history. It frequently happened that names and figures of emperors were expunged from records as if they had never lived. If the ninth had risen against Roman rule, then it is very possible that Hadrian simply ordered them erased, thereby having their fate never recorded. Propaganda and suppression. Even granting the unlikely event that the ninth was destroyed on the battlefield rather than by treachery, the Romans often suppressed news of military defeats. The empire, after all, was sustained by propaganda and illusions of invincibility. To let news get out that an entire legion had been wiped out could encourage further rebellions against Rome's enemies. It could have been easier for Hadrian's administration to simply bury the truth and leave the fate of the ninth unknown. Reassignment theory. However, there are other theories that the ninth was not destroyed, but was simply removed from the records for far less sensational reasons. Some believe that the legion was quietly reassigned to another part of the empire, perhaps to the eastern provinces. Many Roman military units were stationed there against Parthian invasions. There is some evidence that elements of the ninth may have appeared in records in the Middle East decades later, but without any clear chain of command, it cannot be confirmed whether this was the same unit or just rebranding of another legion. Desertion possibility. One more troubling possibility is that the ninth simply walked away from Rome. If this legion had endured years of harsh conditions, thinning supplies, and incompetent leadership could they have deserted en masse, melting into the wilds of Caledonia? There are accounts of Roman soldiers deserting their posts and integrating themselves into local tribes. Against impossible odds, they might have realized they had been abandoned. If the Ninth chose to leave Rome, they could have simply dispersed among the native people, their descendants melting into the population of Scotland without trace. Unsolved mystery. Whatever the truth, the disappearance of the Ninth Legion is one of history's greatest unsolved mysteries. If they were truly annihilated in battle, their bones may yet remain beneath the hills of northern Britain, buried in forgotten mass graves. If silenced by the political machine of Rome, they will forever be lost to the mists of time. And if they disappeared on their own terms, leaving behind an empire that did not serve them anymore, then perhaps their legend is greater than history remembers. From history to legend, the disappearance of the Ninth Legion has evolved over the centuries from a mere historical mystery to a full-blown legend, serving as the catalyst for speculation, folklore, and even conspiracy theories. With no clear answers in the ancient records, historians, archaeologists, and storytellers alike have attempted to reconstruct the fate of the lost legion. Eastern deployment theory. One of the most resilient theories has been that the Ninth Legion was not destroyed in Britain at all, but was instead moved without fanfare elsewhere in the empire. Indeed, scattered references tend to indicate the presence of parts of the Ninth in the eastern provinces, certainly in Judea or Cappadocia, many decades later than when the regiment is last heard of in Britain. Most probably, this would suggest that Hadrian transferred the Ninth, breaking it up and reassigning its men to other existing legions. This would mean that the legion was not vanquished on some desperate, blood-drenched battlefield. Bureaucracy simply swallowed any traces of records in its aftermath. Parthian campaign theory. A sensationalistic hypothesis holds that the Ninth embarked to the east against the Parthians and was lost to native rebellions on unfamiliar fields. Not in Caledonia at all. It would not have been unusual for Roman legions to be redeployed to trouble spots throughout the empire, and some inscriptions have suggested that remnants of the Ninth were serving in far-flung campaigns from Britain. If so, their disappearance may have been due more to gradual attrition rather than a single destruction. As survivors over time were absorbed into other units, the identity of the Ninth may have become blurred, erased by bureaucracy, not battle. The question of reconstitution. But if this was so, why was the Ninth never reconstituted? It was customary for Rome to reestablish legions which had suffered defeats, sometimes with the same number, but with new recruits. The very fact that it was never revived suggests that something more significant actually happened, something Rome wanted forgotten. Desertion legend. Legends and folklore suggest more dramatic possibilities. One such legend says the Ninth did not perish, but instead broke its oath. Its men, realizing they'd been left high and dry by Rome, turned their backs on the empire and melted into the wilderness. This interpretation is partially based on fact, Roman deserters were known to join barbarian society, even assuming leadership in some instances. If the ninth did desert, might they not have been subsumed by the Caledonian or Pictish tribes? Their armaments and knowledge of Roman tactics would have given the natives a decisive advantage in future conflicts. Indeed, some have gone so far as to speculate that descendants of those lost Roman soldiers continue to live among the northern tribes, their lineage surviving long after Rome itself had fallen. Literary inspiration. This has been the inspiration for several works of fiction, most notably Rosemary Sutcliffe's novel, The Eagle of the Ninth, where the remnants of the legion escape into the highlands, hiding amongst the tribes and keeping their Roman identity secret. Of course, it is highly speculative, but the idea of a Roman legion abandoning its empire and disappearing into the mist-covered hills is a tantalizing prospect, one that inflames the imagination as much as any historical theory. Supernatural accounts. Then, there are more supernatural accounts, the whispered rumors of ghost legions, cursed battlefields, and restless spirits. Various local legends say the Ninth never left Britain at all, but was instead wiped out in a battle so fierce that their spirits still haunt the land. For centuries, stories have been passed down of Roman ghosts that march along countryside roads in Scotland on misty nights. Some say the faint din of clashing swords and the rhythmic thud of ironclad feet can still be heard echoing through the hills. The truth remains hidden. The truth of what happened to the Ninth Legion may never be fully revealed. Their bodies, if they were destroyed in battle, still lie buried beneath the earth of Scotland, awaiting archaeologists to find where they lie. If they were quietly reassigned, the last remnants of their history might be tucked away in forgotten inscriptions on crumbling Roman monuments. But if they ran away, leaving Rome to begin reinventing themselves far up north, then this is a story not about vanishing but of reinvention, about men who chose liberty over empire, and by that choice would become the stuff of legends. Enduring mystery. Whatever the truth, the Ninth Legion is one of Rome's greatest mysteries, a shadow in the annals of history, a whisper of a force that once marched beneath the eagle standard but whose fate is unknown. Its story stays out there in the fog, beyond the reach of certainty, waiting for those who would uncover the past. Archaeological investigation. Centuries have seen historians and archaeologists look through Roman records, analyze ancient inscriptions, and excavate various battle sites in Britannia in order to find evidence that might confirm the ultimate fate of the Ninth Legion. Yet the answer continues to elude them, a piece in a puzzle, a tale half buried beneath the earth. Early historical record. The first known history of the Ninth Legion dates back to the time of Julius Caesar, who raised this legion during his Gallic campaigns in the 1st century BCE. Over time, records trace its movements across the empire, from Hispania to Germania and finally to Britannia, playing a major role in suppressing revolts and defending Roman rule. Yet after 119 CE, its trail goes abruptly missing from history. The York inscription. For many years, the prevailing theory among scholars was that the Ninth ended its days in Britain, most likely in a catastrophic defeat at the hands of northern tribes. This view had been apparently substantiated by what seemed to be the most relevant piece of evidence: a stone inscription found in Eboracum, modern York, dated around 108 CE, recording the Ninth in station in Britannia. This has been the last notice of the Legion on British soil. Yet no Roman sources actually report its destruction, and that begs a question. If the Ninth was wiped out, why is there no written account of its defeat? Contrast with other defeats. Rome was not at all shy about recording the deaths of legions. When the Teutoburg Forest disaster of 9 CE led to the destruction of 3 Roman legions, it was well documented. For the 9th, there is only silence. Alternative theories. This silence has engendered other theories in which the 9th was not destroyed in Britain, but moved elsewhere within the empire. Some scholars believe it could have been transferred to the eastern provinces, probably Judea or Cappadocia, to assist in conflicts against the Parthians or Jewish revolts. One inscription found in Nijmegen in the Netherlands suggests that some remnants of the Ninth were indeed there around 120 CE. But whether this constituted a detached unit or survivors from a previous campaign, nobody can be certain. And yet, there is no definitive proof that the entire legion was ever redeployed elsewhere. The missing evidence. Archaeologists looking for physical evidence for the destruction of the Ninth in Britain have found no battlefield, no mass grave, no abandoned camp to verify this theory of annihilation. A few have pointed to Inchtuthil, an abandoned fort in Scotland, as one possible site of conflict. Others have looked to the area around Hadrian's Wall, built only a few years after the Ninth vanished. Yet no evidence has turned up to prove it. No broken shields, no lost eagles, no bones of dead soldiers. Piecemeal destruction theory. If the legion was cut to pieces in battle, where are the bodies? One theory is that the Ninth was destroyed piecemeal in a series of smaller battles. The Caledonians and Picts did not fight like Roman legions. They were guerrillas, striking in hit-and-run raids and melting away into the landscape. If the Ninth was bled to death in some sort of long campaign, suffering ambush after ambush, then there may not be one battlefield where their bodies lie. Rather, their deaths may be scattered across the wilds of Scotland, lost in the mists of time. Hadrian's Wall is evidence. Another theory is that Hadrian's Wall itself holds the key to the disappearance of the Ninth. Constructed between 122 and 128 CE, the wall marked a significant shift in Rome's strategy. Northern expansion was replaced by reinforcing the border. Some historians feel this decision was based directly on the fate of the Ninth. If the legion was cut to pieces in some disastrous campaign, it may have provided that final warning that persuaded the Romans to draw back and dig in rather than advance. The ongoing search. After decades of excavations, no concrete evidence has turned up so far that could explain what happened to the Ninth Legion, and the hunt goes on. Archaeologists continue to search Britain's landscape for Roman weapons, mass graves, or inscriptions that might bring the story into sharper view. Advances in satellite imaging and ground-penetrating radar in recent years have given researchers unprecedented capability to map ancient battle sites in great detail. This raises the tantalizing prospect that one day, a long-buried Roman battlefield will finally give up its secrets. 3 possibilities. For now, the 9th remains one of history's greatest enigmas, a vanished force whose fate may never be fully uncovered. Were they slaughtered in the cold highlands of Caledonia, their bodies buried beneath the heather? Were they reassigned and forgotten, their legacy erased by Rome's shifting priorities? Or did they desert their post, choosing to disappear into the north and abandon the empire that had left them behind? Living in memory. Whatever the truth, the 9th Legion presses on through the minds of historians, archaeologists, and anyone intrigued with the enigmas of the past. Their story is a story of battle, betrayal, and the unknown, a whisper of steel and blood, lost in time, merely waiting for a voice that might tell it. The silent legacy. The 9th Legion's tale has largely been lost in the rear view of history. We don't actually know what happened to them. Their last journey is but a distant rumor nowadays. Nobody actually knows what occurred. If they were wiped out in some murky battle, went missing in the uncharted regions of Caledonia, or simply dropped off the face of the earth for good, one thing is certain: they were never heard from again. Ghostly presence. You're familiar with that slow fog that rolls in over the hills in the morning? Yeah, their presence is sort of like that. Just fragments of stone, small memories, and those silent questions that just persist on through the centuries. When the world's all asleep beneath the stars, it's as if the ghostly echoes of the 9th are stirring again. Highland spirits. In the silence of the Scottish Highlands, where the wind moves like a faint breath through the glens, there are people who say the Legion marches on. There are stories, old, half-remembered myths, of ghostly soldiers spotted on empty roads, of the distant rhythmic sound of iron-shod feet that appear to have no origin. Legends tell of how, on certain nights beneath a silver moon, the spirits of the 9th emerge from the shadows, caught in a perpetual march across the land that devoured them. Imagining the end. Perhaps they were separated in the chaos of combat, shields broken, their armor cracked by the blow of an unseen enemy too late to avoid. Maybe they struggled through the wilderness, panting with fatigue, their path swallowed by dense forests and winding rivers, to discover that no rescue would ever come. Or maybe they simply dissolved into history, their final battle so conclusive, so absolute, that Rome chose to forget them, to let them slip away like a dream slipping beyond memory. The mark of silence. Yet even dreams leave a mark, as the 9th has left its mark upon time itself. The silence of their vanishing is louder than any record. Their absence takes up the space between the pages of history like the profound, soothing quiet before daybreak. Hadrian's Wall a monument. Hadrian's Wall remains a silent witness to their disappearance. A wall built to exclude the untamed land that could have claimed them. A divide between the known and the unknown. It remains there, steadfast against the winds that blow through it, a testament to an age still hidden in mystery. Enduring story. Though the fate of the Ninth Legion can never be fully disclosed, their myth defies time. Their names are recalled in books, in whispers, in the minds of those who are drawn to the mysteries of history. Eternal march. Up in the still hills, where you can truly scent the earth and rain, and the rivers glimmer like liquid silver in the moon's light, the Ninth could still be roving about, not physically, but in memory, always walking the shadows of the ages. This concludes tonight's quest into the mystery of the lost Ninth Legion. But the past is replete with even more stories just waiting to be unearthed. Part 5. Genghis Khan the Universal Ruler. Birth on the Steppes. In the year 1162, amidst the sweeping steppes of Mongolia, a child was born into a world of cold winds and endless plains. This child, named Temujin, would grow to become the great Genghis Khan, a name that would echo across history as the founder of the Mongol Empire. But before he became a conqueror, he was simply a boy born into struggle, shaped by the harshness of his environment and the conflicts of his people. The Mongolian landscape. The Mongolian steppes stretched far and wide, a vast expanse of grasslands where the sky met the earth in a seamless horizon. Life here was simple yet brutal. Nomadic tribes moved with their herds, living off the land and surviving the harsh winters and scorching summers. It was a world where strength, loyalty, and resilience were the keys to survival. Early hardship. Temujin's early years were marked by hardship. He was the son of Yasujai, a minor tribal leader, and his wife Holan. When Temujin was just a young boy, his father was poisoned by a rival tribe. This sudden loss left his family vulnerable, and they were abandoned by their own clan. His mother, Holan, took on the responsibility of raising Temujin and his siblings alone. The family was left to fend for themselves on the open steppes, relying on foraging, hunting, and sheer determination to survive. Forging character. These early struggles forged a deep resilience in Temujin. He learned to endure hunger, cold, and the constant threat of violence. But he also learned the value of unity, the importance of family, and the need for loyalty. His mother's strength became a guiding force in his life. She taught him that survival required not only physical strength, but also wisdom, patience, and an unyielding spirit. Understanding tribal fragmentation. As Temujin grew older, he began to understand the fragmented world of the Mongol tribes. There were endless feuds, shifting alliances, and a constant struggle for power. He saw how disunity left his people vulnerable. He dreamed of something greater, of a world where the tribes could be united, where the endless conflicts could be replaced with a shared purpose. Betrayal and trials. But before he could realize this vision, He faced countless challenges. Betrayal was a constant threat. One of his closest friends, Jamuka, who had once sworn brotherhood with him, would later become his rival. Temujin's path was marked by moments of capture, imprisonment, and escape. Each setback hardened his resolve. He believed that strength was found not just in the sword, but in unity of purpose and loyalty. Building alliances. In time, Temujin began to gather followers who saw his vision. He was not just a warrior. He was a leader who understood people. He rewarded loyalty and merit rather than noble birth, a revolutionary idea in a world bound by tradition. His reputation grew, and more tribes pledged their allegiance to him. His ability to inspire, to strategize, and to adapt set him apart. He was relentless, determined, and focused on a single goal: to unite the Mongol tribes under one banner. Proclaimed Genghis Khan. In 1206, after years of battles, alliances, and strategic brilliance, Temujin achieved his dream. He was declared Genghis Khan, meaning universal ruler. It was a title that reflected his role as the unifier of the Mongols, a leader who'd brought together the once fractured tribes into a formidable force. Vision beyond Mongolia. But Genghis Khan's vision did not stop at the borders of Mongolia. He saw beyond the steppes, beyond the horizon. His ambition was to create a world where his people could thrive, where the divisions that had weakened them for centuries could be replaced by a new order. His armies, skilled horsemen and fierce warriors, began to expand Mongol territory. They moved with speed, discipline, and precision, conquering lands that had once seemed unreachable. Military campaigns. The campaigns of Genghis Khan swept across Central Asia, into China, and beyond. His leadership was marked by a combination of ruthless efficiency and strategic genius. He understood the importance of adapting to new challenges, incorporating new technologies, and learning from the cultures he encountered. Building an empire. Under his rule, the Mongol Empire became a melting pot of ideas, trade, and communication. But Genghis Khan was more than just a conqueror. He established laws to bring order to the chaos of his expanding empire. His code, known as the Yasa, emphasized loyalty, discipline, and justice. He promoted religious tolerance, recognizing that unity required respecting the beliefs of diverse peoples. He created systems of communication, trade routes, and infrastructure that connected distant parts of his empire. The Silk Road, once a dangerous route, flourished under Mongol protection, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultures. As you breathe in deeply, picture the vast Mongolian steppes under a night sky filled with stars. The grass sways gently in the breeze, and the world is quiet except for the soft sounds of horses and the distant crackle of campfires. Genghis Khan's legacy stretches across these plains, a reminder of a leader who dared to dream of unity, who faced the harshness of his world with an unbreakable spirit. His life was a journey of resilience, vision, and transformation. He turned adversity into strength, chaos into order, and disunity into a vast and enduring empire. Though his methods were fierce, his impact on the world was profound. The connections he forged between East and West reshaped history, leaving a legacy that endures to this day. As you sink deeper into relaxation, let the story of Genghis Khan guide you toward peaceful rest. His life reminds us that even the harshest beginnings can give rise to extraordinary achievements, that unity and vision can overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. Allow his story to settle gently in your mind, like the quiet descent of twilight over the endless steppes. Feel the weight of history and the timeless strength of human determination wrap around you like a warm blanket. As sleep draws near, let the image of the steppes under starlight fill your thoughts. Genghis Khan's journey, from a vulnerable boy to the founder of history's largest contiguous empire, is a testament to the power of resilience and vision. Let this story carry you into dreams, where the echoes of hoofbeats on distant plains fade into the peaceful silence of night. Rest now, knowing that every challenge can be met with courage, and every dream, no matter how vast, can be pursued with unwavering determination. Tonight, we have journeyed through the lives of remarkable individuals whose stories span continents and centuries. From Shakespeare's words that continue to inspire, to Kara's quest for knowledge across dangerous lands, from Socrates' pursuit of truth and wisdom, to the mystery of Rome's vanished Ninth Legion, and finally to Genghis Khan's transformation of the world through unity and vision. Each of these stories reminds us of the enduring power of human spirit, the capacity to create, to question, to endure, and to dream. As you drift deeper into sleep, let these tales wrap around you like a gentle breeze. Let them remind you that history is not merely a record of the past, but a living testament to what humans can achieve. May your dreams be filled with the wonder of ancient Athens, the mystery of forgotten legions, the vast steppes under endless skies, and the timeless beauty of words that have moved hearts for centuries. Rest peacefully, knowing that you are connected to this great tapestry of human experience, a story that continues to unfold with each new day. Sleep well, and let history's gentle whispers guide you into deep, restorative rest. Picture Thomas Edison within his workshop, where a solitary bulb radiates warmth, projecting elongated shadows throughout the space. Surrounding him are shelves stacked with implements, cables, and crystal vessels. The gentle scratching of pen on paper accompanies his meticulous documentation, his gaze intense with wonder as he examines each trial, probing for solutions concealed within the particulars. This was an individual convinced that every challenge contained an answer awaiting discovery. Edison's faith in advancement and creativity serves as a reminder that our world constantly evolves, transformed by visionaries who venture to conceive something superior. His lifetime achievements demonstrated that through sufficient perseverance, imagination, and resolve, we can illuminate even the most obscure recesses of our existence. Japan's beginnings are immersed in folklore and tradition, interwoven throughout the nation's character. According to the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, Japan's most ancient texts, the islands emerged through the divine couple Izanagi and Izanami, who submerged a jeweled lance into the ocean and created the archipelago. Their offspring, the Kami, molded the terrain and its inhabitants. Among them, Amaterasu, the solar deity, commanded the greatest reverence, and her bloodline would establish Japan's imperial dynasty, a bond that endures and custom to the present day. While these legends provided a celestial origin narrative, archaeological evidence reveals another account, anchored in movement and endurance. The initial occupants of the Japanese islands arrived more than 30,000 years past, presumably traversing land connections from the Asian mainland. These primitive gatherers, identified as the Jaman population, established a unique existence characterized by intricate pottery, subterranean homes, and profound connections with their environment. Residing in dispersed settlements, the Jaman flourished across millennia, depending on pursuit, aquatic harvesting, and foraging. Eventually, fresh waves of settlers, the Yayu, traveled from the Korean territory around 1000 BC, introducing sophisticated farming methods, metallic implements, and structured community organization. The Yayu established rice cultivation, which revolutionized the terrain and generated permanent settlements, social stratification, and territorial conflicts. This epoch established the groundwork for Japan's first unified political frameworks, as influential clan chieftains known as Uji contested for dominance. Among them, one heritage, the Yamato, progressively became predominant, amalgamating authority and establishing the foundation for an imperial succession. While boundaries between chronicle and legend become indistinct in Japan's earliest accounts, these foundational centuries determine the cultural, spiritual, and governmental essence of the people. The equilibrium between celestial validation and worldly governance emerged as a characteristic aspect of Japan's leadership, a pattern that would continue through centuries of samurai rule, shogunate oversight, and imperial revival. The reverberations of these primordial times still echo in contemporary Japan, where customs, sanctuaries, and ceremonies persist in commemorating the remote past, preserving a concrete connection to the country's mythological and historical origins. The Yamato ascendancy, and the foundations of imperial authority. As the Yayu epoch transitioned to the Kofun period, approximately 250 to 538 CE, Japan witnessed the emergence of mighty clans contending for supremacy, each commanding extensive agricultural domains and fortified compounds. Among these competing powers, the Yamato clan progressively established its dominance over central and western Japan, establishing itself as the paramount authority. Unlike the fragmented power arrangements of previous centuries, the Yamato sovereigns created centralized governance deriving legitimacy from both martial prowess and divine heritage. They proclaimed lineage from Amaterasu, the solar goddess, an assertion that strengthened their celestial entitlement to govern and established a model for Japan's imperial establishment. As the Yamato broadened their influence, they embraced innovative administrative approaches, integrating rival clans into their government rather than completely eliminating them. This strategy enabled them to consolidate a divided territory while maintaining powerful regional dynasties invested in their administration. Massive keyhole-configured burial structures known as coffins started appearing across the countryside, functioning as enormous sepulchres for Yamato monarchs and representing their expanding dominance. These monumental constructions, some extending beyond 400 meters, housed elaborate funeral offerings, including bronze reflectors, iron armaments, and Chinese-influenced artifacts, indicating Japan's growing exchanges with the mainland. Diplomacy and conflict both performed essential functions in the Yamato's power consolidation. They sustained strong connections with the Korean peninsula's three kingdoms, Beach, Silla, and Goguryeo, trading military support and cultural wisdom. This association introduced sophisticated metalworking, Buddhism, and Chinese script, innovations that would substantially influence Japan's social and political development. By the 6th century, the Yamato monarchs had securely positioned themselves as the sovereign authority of the territory, evolving from simple chieftains to imperial rulers. This period also witnessed the introduction of the designation Tenno, meaning heavenly sovereign, which became the official designation of the emperor, reinforcing the dynasty's divine authorization. However, genuine centralized governance remained nascent, and the emperor's authority frequently relied on partnerships with prominent aristocratic dynasties, particularly the Soga clan. Buddhism's arrival from Korea further intensified political and philosophical transformations, as different groups debated whether to welcome or oppose the foreign belief. Ultimately, the Soga advocated Buddhism, establishing its position in Japanese civilization and aligning themselves with the imperial household. This determination not only reinforced the Yamato state's connections to continental Asia, but also established the groundwork for significant transformations in administration, faith, and cultural character. The emergence of imperial governance in Japan was not an abrupt occurrence, but a progressive development, one influenced by diplomacy, struggle, and calculated partnerships. The Yamato heritage persisted, supplying the structure for what would become the enduring Japanese imperial institution, one that continues today as the world's most ancient hereditary monarchy. The Asuka era, Buddhism, reform, and state formation. As the Yamato sovereigns consolidated their authority, Japan entered an epoch of substantial transformation known as the Asuka period, 538 to 710 CE, when external influences, especially from China and Korea, began reconstructing nearly every dimension of Japanese civilization. The most considerable alteration was the introduction and subsequent acceptance of Buddhism, an occurrence that provoked both political turmoil and cultural advancement. Initially confronted with opposition from traditional Shinto groups, Buddhism discovered powerful supporters in the Soga clan, a dynasty that exercised tremendous influence in the imperial court. The Soga promoted Buddhist principles not simply as a spiritual doctrine, but as an instrument of political validation, connecting Japan to the magnificent civilizations of the Asian continent. Their patronage resulted in the establishment of magnificent temples and the advancement of Buddhist philosophies, securing the religion's position within the developing state. However, their increasing authority generated opposition from rival aristocratic groups, culminating in a brutal coup in 645 CE where Prince Naka-no-Oi and his collaborator Fujiwara no Kamatari orchestrated the Soga's downfall. This incident, known as the Taika Reform, represented a watershed moment in Japanese chronicles. It introduced comprehensive administrative and territorial reforms inspired by China's Tang dynasty. The reform aimed to centralize authority under the emperor, replacing the traditional clan-based administrative structure with an organized bureaucratic state. Land possession was redefined, with all territory technically belonging to the emperor and allocated to cultivators in return for tax responsibilities. A fresh legal framework, the Ritsuryo system, was instituted, closely replicating the Chinese governance model. It introduced provincial administrators, census-dependent taxation, and a permanent military establishment. This state-building process achieved new prominence in the Nara period, 710 to 794 CE, when Japan's monarch sought to establish a genuine imperial capital comparable to China's Chang'an. In 710, the imperial court transferred to Haijokyo, contemporary Nara, a carefully designed city arranged in a grid configuration reflecting Tang dynasty urban planning influence. Nara became the center of government, culture, and worship, filled with magnificent Buddhist temples and administrative buildings. The most remarkable symbol of this epoch was the construction of Todaiji, a monumental temple containing the great Buddha Daibutsu, a massive bronze figure commissioned by Emperor Shomu. This undertaking exemplified the integration of politics and religion, as the emperor sought to employ Buddhism as a cohesive force to validate his governance and deliver stability to the domain. However, this growing dependence on Buddhist establishments brought unintended repercussions. Powerful Buddhist monasteries accumulated considerable wealth and influence, frequently interfering in court affairs. Monastic groups formed their own armed forces, threatening imperial dominance. Additionally, the costs of sustaining a centralized state and financing extravagant temple projects imposed a substantial financial burden on the administration. Despite these obstacles, the Asuka and Nara periods established the foundation for Japan's national character. The first documented chronicles, the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, were assembled, merging mythology and historical narratives to establish the legitimacy of the imperial heritage. Confucian principles shaped court protocol and governance, while Chinese-style penmanship, verse, and artistic customs took hold in Japanese culture. Yet even as Japan embraced these continental influences, it remained unique, modifying foreign frameworks to accommodate its distinctive social and political arrangement. By the late 8th century, dissatisfaction with the expanding authority of Buddhist establishments and apprehensions over court malfeasance led to a decisive resolution to abandon Nara and create a new capital. This transition marked the conclusion of one epoch and the beginning of another, as Japan prepared to enter the age of aristocratic sophistication and cultural prosperity in Heian-kyo, modern-day Kyoto. The Heian period, aristocratic culture, and the rise of warriors. As the imperial court relocated to Heian-kyo in 794 CE, Japan entered the Heian period, 794 to 1185, an age of sophistication, courtly grace, and cultural accomplishments that would leave a lasting heritage. This epoch saw the court aristocracy, particularly the influential Fujiwara clan, dominate political existence through calculated marriages and manipulation of the emperor's power. Rather than governing directly, emperors frequently became symbolic representatives, while genuine authority resided in the hands of regents and chancellors from the Fujiwara heritage. This aristocratic elite indulged in a life of aesthetic endeavors, developing refined literary customs, art, and fashion. The universe of the Heian court was thoroughly documented in the Tale of Genji, a novel composed by the noblewoman Murasaki Shikibu, which provides an intimate perspective into the court's intricate ceremonies, political schemes, and romantic complications. Poetry, calligraphy, and nature appreciation became fundamental aspects of aristocratic existence. Individuals were assessed not by their battlefield abilities, but by their capacity to compose an impeccable poem or arrange their garments in harmonious hues. However, this cultivated realm of the Heian elite was substantially separated from the actualities of the provinces, where authority was transferring away from the court and into the possession of regional landholders and warrior clans. As the imperial government struggled with ineffectiveness and financial mismanagement, larger estates known as shon appeared, exempt from taxation and control by powerful families, religious establishments, and local warlords. These estates functioned independently, weakening the emperor's control on the countryside. The Fujiwara, preoccupied with courtly existence, failed to confront the mounting instability in the provinces, leading to the emergence of the Bushi warrior class, who would soon command Japan's political terrain. These warriors, initially employed as estate protectors and mercenaries, gradually accumulated land and influence, establishing powerful samurai clans. By the late Heian period, two dominant warrior families, the Taira and the Minamoto, emerged as the principal players in Japan's transforming power arrangements. Their competition culminated in a succession of violent struggles known as the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, which would determine the nation's destiny. The aristocratic Heian court, once the pinnacle of cultural refinement, found itself powerless against the militarized society emerging in the provinces. While poetry and courtly aesthetics flourished in Heian-kyo, battles erupted across the countryside, heralding the conclusion of imperial supremacy and the beginning of the samurai age. With the decisive defeat of the Taira at the Battle of Dan-no-Ura in 1185, the Minamoto clan emerged triumphant, permanently transforming Japan's political framework. The ancient Heian world of refinement and aristocratic governance had surrendered to a new arrangement, one determined by warriors rather than poets, and by the blade rather than the brush. The Kamakura shogunate, samurai governance, and Mongol invasions. With the Minamoto triumph in 1185, Japan entered a new political epoch, one where warriors rather than court aristocrats held the reins of authority. In 1192, Minamoto no Yoritomo formally established the Kamakura shogunate, marking the commencement of samurai governance that would persist for nearly 7 centuries. Unlike the emperors of antiquity, who were predominantly ceremonial representatives, Yoritomo wielded actual political and military dominance as shogun, a designation that would become synonymous with de facto leadership in Japan. The imperial court in Kyoto remained intact, but its influence had diminished, overshadowed by the emergence of the Bakufu, the military administration headquartered in Kamakura. Under Yoritomo's guidance, Japan's feudal structure began to materialize, with powerful regional lords known as daimyo controlling extensive domains in exchange for military obligation. The samurai class, once simple enforcers for aristocrats, became the prevailing social and military power, bound by a rigorous code of allegiance, duty, and martial discipline. However, the Kamakura shogunate confronted persistent obstacles both from within and beyond Japan's boundaries. In 1274 and 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan initiated 2 enormous invasions, attempting to subjugate Japan as it had accomplished with Korea and China. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the Mongols were repulsed, assisted partly by the legendary kamikaze, or divine winds, typhoons that devastated the invading armadas. Though victorious, the burden of these conflicts drained the Kamakura government's assets, generating dissatisfaction among the samurai, who had anticipated generous compensation for their service. Without adequate land or wealth to allocate, the shogunate's control weakened, culminating in its overthrow in 1333 by Emperor Go-Daigo and his loyalist armies. Yet imperial restoration proved temporary, as another powerful warlord, Ashikaga Takauji, betrayed the emperor and established the Muromachi shogunate in 1336. The Ashikaga rulers governed from Kyoto, nearer to the imperial court than their Kamakura forerunners, but their authority was considerably less centralized. The daimyo grew progressively independent, administering their territories as autonomous warlords rather than simple vassals of the shogun. While the Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, witnessed a cultural renaissance characterized by the emergence of no theater, ink painting, and the tea ceremony. It was also an epoch of political fragmentation and escalating conflict. By the 15th century, Japan had descended into the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, a time of nearly continuous civil warfare among rival clans. The Ashikaga shoguns, unable to preserve order, became mere figureheads as daimyo battled for supremacy. This period established the foundation for the dramatic emergence of three of Japan's most renowned warlords, Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, who would ultimately unify the fractured nation. The age of the samurai had reached its zenith, but the chaos of civil war had demonstrated that Japan required a stronger, more centralized government. The centuries of warrior governance had reshaped the country's political landscape, replacing the old aristocratic arrangement with a new hierarchy constructed on military might, land dominance, and steadfast feudal loyalty. Yet even as samurai lords waged war, the foundations of a more unified Japan were already being established, preparing the stage for the final transformation of the feudal epoch. The Warring States, and the path to unification. As Japan descended into turmoil during the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, three formidable warlords emerged to conclude the prolonged epoch of civil discord. The first was Oda Nobunaga, a brilliant yet merciless strategist who initiated a campaign to unify Japan in the late 16th century. He revolutionized warfare by embracing Western firearms, implementing innovative battlefield strategies, and crushing rival daimyo with brutal effectiveness. By the 1570s, Nobunaga had captured Kyoto and dismantled the remnants of the Ashikaga shogunate. However, his governance was abruptly terminated in 1582 when he was betrayed by one of his own commanders, Akechi Mitsuhide, and compelled to commit seppuku. His incomplete objective was assumed by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a former peasant-turned-general who proved himself as one of history's greatest tacticians. Hideyoshi completed the unification of Japan, eliminating remaining adversaries and establishing control over the entire archipelago by 1590. He implemented comprehensive reforms, disarming the peasantry, restricting samurai to castle communities, and reorganizing the feudal hierarchy to ensure allegiance. However, his ambition extended beyond Japan. In 1592 and 1597, he launched massive invasions of Korea in an attempt to conquer China. These campaigns concluded in catastrophe, exhausting Japan's resources and costing countless lives. When Hideyoshi perished in 1598, his generals competed for control, leading to the decisive Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. It was Tokugawa Ieyasu, a shrewd and patient strategist, who emerged victorious. In 1603, he established the Tokugawa shogunate, inaugurating the Edo period, 1603 to 1868, a time of unprecedented peace, stability, and isolation. Unlike his predecessors, Ieyasu prioritized long-term control over immediate conquest. He transferred the seat of authority to Edo, modern-day Tokyo, where he constructed an elaborate system of governance to prevent future rebellions. The Bakufu system divided authority between the shogunate and regional daimyo, ensuring that local lords remained powerful but ultimately subordinate to the Tokugawa family. To maintain control, Ieyasu implemented the Senkinkotai policy, which required daimyo to alternate residing in Edo and their home provinces, depleting their wealth and keeping them under close surveillance. Meanwhile, he enacted strict social policies that solidified Japan's rigid class hierarchy. Samurai, peasants, artisans, and merchants, ensuring that each class remained in its designated function. One of the most defining characteristics of the Tokugawa era was Japan's policy of isolation, known as sakoku. Fearing foreign influence, particularly the dissemination of Christianity, the shogunate banned European missionaries, restricted trade to a few controlled harbors, and prohibited Japanese citizens from traveling abroad. For over 2 centuries, Japan remained almost entirely sealed from the outside world, developing a distinct insular culture. Despite this isolation, the Edo period saw a flourishing of the arts, literature, and urban culture. Cities like Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka became centers of commerce and entertainment, giving rise to kabuki theater, ukiyo-e woodblock prints, and haiku poetry. Samurai, now mostly bureaucrats rather than warriors, turned to scholarship and administration, while merchants, despite their low social status, grew increasingly prosperous. Yet beneath the surface of stability, fissures began to appear. Economic strain, rigid social policies, and foreign pressure would eventually compel Japan to reopen its doors in the 19th century, bringing an end to the Tokugawa era and ushering in the Meiji Restoration. Still, the unification efforts of Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and Ieyasu had laid the groundwork for modern Japan. Their legacies endured, shaping the country's political structure, cultural identity, and samurai ethos long after the last shogun relinquished power. The centuries of warfare and bloodshed had finally yielded to order, but the cycle of history ensured that change would come again. The origins of the samurai, from servants to warriors. Long before the samurai became the most revered warriors in Japanese history, they began as simple enforcers for the noble class. In the early centuries of Japan's political development, power resided in the hands of the imperial court and aristocracy, with local disputes often resolved by hired fighters rather than structured military forces. However, as the Heian period progressed, land ownership shifted from centralized control to private estates, shon, which gave rise to influential provincial lords who needed warriors to protect their holdings. These warriors, initially called samurai, meaning to serve, evolved into the samurai, a class of fighters who would one day dominate Japan's social and political order. Unlike the court nobles in Kyoto, These provincial warriors lived by the sword, honing their skills in mounted archery, swordsmanship, and disciplined military tactics. They were not just fighters but strategists, trained in loyalty, duty, and honor, principles that would later be enshrined in Bushido, the code of the samurai. The imperial government's decline in the late Heian period accelerated the rise of the samurai, as noble families began relying more on military clans for protection. Among the most powerful of these emerging warrior families were the Minamoto and the Taira, two clans whose rivalries would shape Japan's history. Initially, these samurai were still seen as servants of the court, their status subordinate to the aristocracy. But that perception began to change as warriors gained influence through both battlefield prowess and political maneuvering. By the 12th century, samurai were no longer just defenders of noble estates. They were power brokers in their own right, leading vast armies and commanding immense respect. The shift from noble rule to warrior rule was not sudden, but rather a gradual process driven by the failures of the imperial government to maintain order. As regional conflicts escalated and lawlessness spread across the provinces, the need for strong military leadership became undeniable. This transformation reached its climax in the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, a brutal conflict between the Taira and Minamoto clans that determined the fate of Japan. The war was more than just a struggle for dominance. It marked the end of aristocratic rule and the beginning of samurai governance. The final battle at Dan no Yura saw the complete destruction of the Taira, solidifying the Minamoto clan's control over Japan. In its aftermath, Minamoto no Yoritomo seized power and established the Kamakura shogunate in 1192, officially shifting Japan into a military government led by a shogun, a supreme warlord who ruled in the emperor's name. This event marked the true emergence of the samurai as the ruling class of Japan, their influence stretching beyond warfare into governance, law, and culture. No longer mere warriors in service to the court, they had become the backbone of the nation's power structure. But with power came responsibility, and the samurai soon found themselves navigating a delicate balance between loyalty, honor, and political ambition. The rise of the shogunate brought new challenges: clan rivalries, internal betrayals, and shifting allegiances that would test the samurai's resilience over the centuries. What had begun as a class of armed retainers had transformed into a military elite, shaping the destiny of Japan for generations to come. Their journey had only just begun, and the centuries ahead would see them not only rule Japan but fight to keep their place at the top. The Kamakura period, samurai as rulers and defenders. With Minamoto no Yoritomo's rise to power in 1192, Japan entered the Kamakura period, 1185 to 1333, an era where the samurai became the governing class for the first time in history. Unlike the imperial court in Kyoto, which relied on bureaucracy and aristocratic privilege, the Kamakura shogunate was a military government that prioritized discipline, loyalty, and strength. Yoritomo's leadership introduced a new structure to Japan's political system, establishing a warrior-led government known as the Bakufu, where the shogun held supreme authority while the emperor remained a symbolic figure. This system formalized the samurai's dominance, granting them land in exchange for military service, creating a feudal order where loyalty between a samurai and his lord became the foundation of governance. However, maintaining control over a country filled with ambitious warlords and noble families was no easy task. To solidify his grip, Yoritomo established the Shugo and Jido, military governors and estate stewards, who ensured the shogunate's rule extended to the farthest reaches of Japan. Despite Yoritomo's careful planning, internal struggles soon threatened the stability of the Kamakura shogunate. After his death in 1199, his widow, Hojo Masako, maneuvered her family into power, ensuring that real authority rested with the Hojo regents rather than the shogun himself. Under Hojo rule, the shogunate became more of an oligarchy, where the regents controlled political decisions while puppet shoguns remained figureheads. Though this system maintained stability for a time, it created resentment among rival samurai clans who felt excluded from power. However, just as internal divisions threatened to weaken Japan's new military government, an even greater threat loomed on the horizon: the Mongol Empire. By the mid-13th century, the Mongols under Kublai Khan had conquered China and Korea, setting their sights on Japan. In 1274, they launched the first Mongol invasion, sending a massive fleet of warships and warriors to the shores of Kyushu. The Mongols fought unlike anything the samurai had ever encountered, using coordinated cavalry charges, massed archery, and explosives to disrupt traditional Japanese combat styles. The samurai, accustomed to one-on-one duels and honor-driven warfare, struggled against the Mongols' brutal efficiency. However, before the Mongols could achieve total victory, a typhoon struck their fleet, destroying many of their ships and forcing them to retreat. This storm, later called kamikaze or divine wind, was seen as divine intervention, a sign that the gods had protected Japan. Undeterred, Kublai Khan launched a second invasion in 1281, this time with an even larger force of over 140,000 soldiers. For months, the samurai defended Japan with relentless determination, holding back the Mongols in grueling coastal battles. Once again, nature intervened. Another powerful typhoon struck, sinking much of the Mongol fleet and drowning thousands of invaders. The Mongols retreated, never attempting another invasion of Japan. These events solidified Japan's belief in divine protection, reinforcing the idea that the samurai were not only warriors, but guardians of a sacred land. However, the victory came at a cost. Defending against the Mongols had drained the shogunate's resources, and unlike traditional wars between samurai clans, there was no land to reward the warriors who had fought so bravely. Discontent spread among the samurai, many of whom felt their service had gone unrewarded. The financial strain and growing unrest began to unravel the Kamakura shogunate. Samurai clans, once loyal to the Hojo regents, turned against them, culminating in Emperor Go-Daigo's rebellion in 1331. With the help of powerful warriors like Ashikaga Takauji, the imperial forces overthrew the Kamakura government in 1333, bringing an end to the first shogunate. However, this was not a return to imperial rule. Instead, it paved the way for a new warrior dynasty, the Ashikaga shogunate, which would rule Japan in an even more fragmented and chaotic age. The samurai had proven they were the undisputed rulers of Japan, but the battle for supremacy among them was far from over. The Muromachi period, cultural flourishing amid political decline. As the Kamakura shogunate crumbled, Japan drifted into a period of uncertainty, much like a restless night where stability fades into shadow. In 1336, Ashikaga Takauji, once a loyal general of Emperor Go-Daigo, turned against the imperial forces and seized control, establishing the Ashikaga shogunate. Unlike the Kamakura government, which had ruled with a firm military grip, the Ashikaga sought to balance power between the shogunate and the imperial court. At first, this seemed like a gentle transition, a lull before the next storm. Kyoto became the political and cultural heart of Japan once more, and the capital's refined atmosphere encouraged the flourishing of art, poetry, and Zen Buddhism. The Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, saw the rise of No theater, elegant ink paintings, and the tea ceremony, a practice designed to bring a sense of serenity and mindfulness to those who participated. Yet beneath this tranquil facade, Japan remained in turmoil, much like an unsettled dream where nothing is truly at peace. The Ashikaga rulers, unlike the tightly controlled Kamakura regime, struggled to maintain unity among the daimyo, the powerful warlords, who controlled vast territories across the country. The Bakufu had established its rule, but it was weaker than before, relying on fragile alliances that could crumble at any moment. The Yunnan War, 1467 to 1477, proved to be the breaking point, shattering the illusion of stability and plunging Japan into over a century of near-constant warfare. The once orderly world of feudal loyalty began to dissolve as samurai lords turned on one another in an unending battle for dominance. During this time of unrest, the samurai class continued to evolve, not just as warriors, but as enforcers of order in a world that had lost its balance. Their devotion to Zen Buddhism offered moments of quiet introspection amid the chaos, emphasizing meditation and mindfulness, much like the steady rhythm of breathing before sleep. Samurai sought peace within themselves even as war raged around them, practicing the art of the sword with the same precision and calmness as a monk arranging a rock garden. However, this inner tranquility could not prevent the collapse of the Ashikaga shogunate, which had become little more than a hollow shell of power. By the late 1500s, Japan had drifted into the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, where no ruler held true control and samurai warlords battled endlessly for supremacy. As the nights grew longer with uncertainty, the people of Japan awaited a leader strong enough to bring an end to the strife. The age of elegant courtly politics had faded, replaced by a time of battle, ambition, and relentless struggle. The country had become a storm-tossed sea searching for the stillness of dawn. And soon, three remarkable figures, Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, would rise from the chaos to forge a new era. But before peace could be restored, Japan would have to endure its most turbulent dreams of war. The Sengoku Jidai, an age of constant warfare. The Sengoku Jidai, 1467 to 1600, was a time when Japan existed in a state of endless night, a restless dream filled with the sounds of clashing swords and the distant echoes of battle drums. The Ashikaga shogunate had lost control, leaving the land divided among powerful daimyo, each ruling their own domain like kings of miniature kingdoms. Castles rose across the landscape, fortified strongholds where warlords plotted their next move, their sleepless ambition keeping Japan in a cycle of bloodshed. Alliances were made and broken like fleeting dreams, with battles erupting across the country in an endless struggle for supremacy. The once rigid feudal order dissolved into chaos as samurai pledged their loyalty not to a shogun or emperor, but to those who could promise them land, power, or survival. But even in the darkest of nights, there is always the promise of dawn. From the turmoil of war, three figures emerged who would change the course of Japanese history: Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu. Each would play a role in bringing an end to the anarchy, shaping the future of Japan with their ambition, strategy, and sheer force of will. The first of these men, Oda Nobunaga, was unlike any warlord before him, ruthless, innovative, and determined to unite Japan at any cost. He introduced new military tactics that shattered traditional samurai warfare. He embraced firearms, reorganized his armies for greater mobility, and crushed opposition with swift, merciless force. His victories over rival daimyo, including the powerful Takeda clan at the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, cemented his dominance. Yet Nobunaga's dream of unification was cut short in 1582, when he was betrayed by one of his own generals and forced to take his own life. The mantle of leadership then passed to Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Nobunaga's brilliant general, who had risen from humble beginnings. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing all of Japan under his control by 1590. He implemented sweeping reforms to ensure stability, disarming peasants to prevent uprisings and restructuring the feudal system so that only samurai could bear arms. His leadership brought a brief moment of peace, a lull in the storm. Yet his ambition stretched beyond Japan. In 1592 and 1597, he launched massive invasions of Korea, hoping to conquer China as well. These campaigns ended in disaster, draining Japan's resources and weakening the fragile unity Hideyoshi had built. When he died in 1598, his generals turned on one another, plunging the nation into conflict once more. The final act of unification fell to Tokugawa Ieyasu, a patient and calculating leader who had bided his time while others fought for dominance. In 1600, at the Battle of Sekigahara, the largest and most decisive conflict in samurai history, Ieyasu crushed his enemies and seized control of Japan. 3 years later, in 1603, he established the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in an era of stability that would last for over 250 years. The long and violent night of the Sengoku period had come to an end, and Japan could finally rest. But peace would come with a price. The Tokugawa shoguns would impose strict control over society, isolating Japan from the outside world and enforcing a rigid social order. The samurai, who had once fought for honor and ambition, would find themselves in a different world, where the battlefield was replaced by politics and swords were more for display than war. As the country drifted into a new age of order, the samurai would have to adapt or fade into history like a forgotten dream. For now, though, the land could finally breathe, wrapped in the quiet embrace of newfound peace. The Edo period, peace through control. With Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at Esike continue 4:15 p. continue 7:41 p. Megahara in 1600 and his formal appointment as shogun in 1603, Japan entered a new era of stability, one that would last for more than 250 years. After centuries of chaos, the land could finally sleep. But this peace came at a cost. The Tokugawa shogunate established a system so controlled, so rigid, that it locked the entire country into a state of stillness, like a dream where time no longer moved forward. Ieyasu and his descendants implemented strict policies to prevent any future wars, ensuring that power remained in the hands of the Tokugawa family. The Bakufu system divided governance between the central shogunate and the regional daimyo, but all power ultimately rested in Edo, modern-day Tokyo, where the shogunate ruled with an iron grip. To prevent rebellions, the shogunate imposed Senkinkotai, a policy that forced all daimyo to spend every other year in Edo, while their families remained there as hostages. This ensured that no warlord could gather enough strength to challenge Tokugawa rule. Samurai, once fierce warriors who had lived and died by the sword, found themselves trapped in an existence of bureaucratic duty, their blades more symbols of rank than tools of war. The class system was strictly enforced. At the top were the samurai, followed by peasants, artisans, and merchants at the bottom. No one could change their place in society. The structure was unshakable, like the walls of Edo Castle itself. One of the most defining aspects of the Tokugawa era was Sakoku, Japan's policy of complete isolation. In 1639, the shogunate banned nearly all foreign contact, allowing only limited trade through the Dutch and Chinese at the artificial island of Dejima in Nagasaki. Christianity was outlawed, Western books were burned, and any Japanese caught trying to leave the country faced execution. This isolation sealed Japan in a world of its own, a self-contained dream where time seemed frozen. Yet within these constraints, a unique culture flourished. Cities like Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka became centers of art, literature, and entertainment. The rise of kabuki theater and ukiyo-e woodblock prints captured the spirit of the era, depicting scenes of pleasure districts, bustling markets, and legendary warriors of the past. The tea ceremony, once a samurai ritual, became a refined art form, offering a rare moment of stillness in an increasingly structured world. Despite this cultural blossoming, the cracks in the system slowly began to show. The samurai class, once noble warriors, struggled under economic strain as their stipends remained fixed, while merchant wealth grew. The once lowly merchants, despite their social status, accumulated great fortunes, funding theaters, art, and literature. With no wars to fight, many samurai fell into debt, forced to marry into merchant families, or take up menial bureaucratic work to survive. Meanwhile, the peasantry, burdened with heavy taxes, faced famine and unrest. Though the Tokugawa rule was firm, beneath its surface, dissatisfaction simmered like a restless sleeper waiting to wake. By the mid-19th century, foreign ships began appearing on Japan's shores, their presence an omen of change. The stillness of the Edo period could not last forever. Like the dawn breaking after a long and dream-filled night, a new era was approaching, one that would shake Japan from its slumber and thrust it into the modern world. The arrival of the black ships and the end of isolation. For more than 250 years, Japan existed in a state of carefully maintained stillness, as if wrapped in an unbroken dream. The Tokugawa shogunate had built a fortress of peace, isolating the country from foreign influence and keeping strict order within its borders. But no dream lasts forever. By the mid-19th century, change loomed on the horizon as black ships appeared in Japanese waters, ominous and foreign, like shadows breaking through the quiet of night. These were the vessels of Commodore Matthew Perry, an American naval officer who arrived in 1853 with demands that Japan open its ports to trade. The shogunate, so accustomed to control, found itself powerless against the superior firepower and technology of the Western world. The illusion of stability began to crack. In 1854, under pressure from Perry's fleet, the shogunate signed the Treaty of Kanagawa, officially ending Japan's policy of Sakoku. For the first time in over 2 centuries, foreign influence poured in, bringing modern weapons, new technologies, and unfamiliar ideas. Japan's people, once lulled into the predictability of Tokugawa rule, suddenly found themselves in an unfamiliar landscape. Western-style clothing and steamships appeared in the harbors. Telegraphs and railways disrupted the old rhythms of life. The samurai, once the unquestioned rulers of the land, now found themselves staring into an uncertain future, their way of life becoming obsolete. The cracks turned into fractures as discontent spread across the nation. The shogunate's inability to resist foreign pressure angered many, including powerful daimyo and young samurai, who longed for a return to Japan's former strength. Two factions emerged: those who wished to reform the shogunate, and those who sought to restore the emperor as the true ruler. The conflict escalated into the Boshin War, 1868 to 1869, a final struggle between the forces of the Tokugawa and the imperial loyalists. At the Battle of Toba-Fushimi, the modernized imperial army, armed with rifles and Western artillery, overwhelmed the traditional samurai warriors, proving that the age of the sword had come to an end. In 1868, the victorious imperial forces declared the Meiji Restoration, and with it, the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate. The emperor was reinstated as the central figure of government, but this was no return to the past. Japan rapidly modernized, adopting Western-style governance, industry, and military tactics. In 1876, one of the final blows came: a law banning samurai from carrying swords in public, a symbol of their fading status. Many warriors, unable to accept a life without battle, joined uprisings against the government. The most famous being the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, led by Seigo Takamori, one of the last true samurai. But the rebellion was crushed by the imperial army, armed with Gatling guns and modern rifles, and with it, the last flicker of the samurai era was extinguished. Though the samurai as a warrior class had disappeared, their spirit remained woven into Japan's identity. Bushido, the samurai code of honor and discipline, influenced Japan's military and cultural values well into the 20th century. Their legacy lived on in literature, cinema, and philosophy, a reminder of a time when honor was currency and the sword was law. The great warriors who once shaped Japan had become legends, their names whispered in history, much like distant echoes of a dream that fades with the morning light. Mythology, the divine birth of Japan. This concludes tonight's journey through the rise and fall of the samurai. But there are more stories to come. The mythological birth of Japan, from the gods to the first emperors. Before the first samurai drew their blades, and before the great shoguns ruled from their castles, Japan was a land of mystery, its origins veiled in legend. The story of Japan's creation begins not with humans, but with gods, the kami, divine spirits who shaped the very essence of the islands. According to the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, the oldest chronicles of Japan, two celestial beings, Izanagi and Izanami, stood upon the floating bridge of heaven, gazing down at a formless world. They dipped a jeweled spear into the sea, and as the droplets fell, they solidified into land. Thus, the Japanese archipelago was born. The gods descended, walking upon their creation, bringing forth mountains, rivers, and forests. Yet their divine union was not without sorrow. In giving birth to the fire god, Izanami perished, descending into the underworld, leaving Izanagi stricken with grief. His journey to reclaim her ended in horror, as he fled from the decayed form of his beloved. Purifying himself in a sacred river, from this act of purification emerged three powerful deities: Amaterasu, the sun goddess; Tsukuyomi, the moon god; and Susanoo, the storm god, the very forces that would shape Japan's destiny. Amaterasu, radiant and benevolent, was entrusted with the heavens, while her brother Susanoo, wild and uncontrollable, was cast down to earth. In a fateful moment, their rivalry erupted into chaos. Susanoo, in a fit of rage, stormed through the celestial plains, destroying Amaterasu's rice fields, hurling filth into her palace, and causing devastation wherever he walked. Unable to bear the destruction, Amaterasu retreated into a cave, plunging the world into darkness. The other gods, desperate to restore light, devised a clever plan. They placed a mirror outside the cave, and as Amaterasu peeked out, drawn by curiosity, they pulled her into the open, bringing light back to the world. This event would forever symbolize the divine right of the Yamato rulers, who traced their lineage directly to the sun goddess herself. From the union of gods and mortals came Ninigi no Makoto, Amaterasu's grandson, who was sent to rule the land of Japan. He descended from the heavens carrying the three sacred treasures: the mirror, the sword, and the jewel, symbols of imperial authority that would be passed down through generations. His lineage led to Emperor Jimmu, the legendary first emperor of Japan, who, guided by divine spirits, waged war against rival tribes and established the imperial throne in 660 BCE. Though historical evidence for Jimmu remains elusive, his legacy endures, his name enshrined in myth, his reign marking the beginning of a dynasty that still exists today. While the myths of Japan's creation provided a divine foundation, the reality was far more complex. The archipelago was home to early human settlers long before the first emperor emerged. The Jaman people, hunter-gatherers who lived in pit dwellings and created intricate pottery, thrived for thousands of years, their way of life shaped by the land's untamed beauty. But as the centuries passed, a new wave of migrants arrived, the Yayu people, bringing agriculture, metalworking, and social hierarchy. Their arrival marked a turning point, as small tribal groups evolved into structured communities, laying the groundwork for the powerful clans that would one day shape Japan's destiny. Thus, the origins of Japan exist in two worlds: the realm of gods and the realm of men. One speaks of divine will, celestial battles, and the blessings of Amaterasu. The other tells of migration, adaptation, and the forging of society. Both intertwine to form the foundation of Japan's history, where mythology and reality stand side by side, their echoes still felt in the rituals, shrines, and traditions of the modern nation. The role of Shinto and the worship of the kami. In the earliest days of Japan's history, long before the samurai and shoguns, the land was shaped not just by rulers, but by the unseen forces of the kami, the spirits and deities that resided in every aspect of nature. Shinto, Japan's indigenous belief system, was not a structured religion with sacred texts and doctrines. Rather, it was an intricate tapestry of myths, rituals, and spiritual connections between the people and the natural world. Unlike the faiths of the West, Shinto had no singular founder or strict commandments. Instead, it was an evolving tradition woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people. Every mountain, river, tree, and shrine was believed to house a kami. Maintaining harmony with these spirits was essential for both individual well-being and the prosperity of the land. The imperial family, tracing its lineage to Amaterasu, used Shinto mythology to justify its divine rule, reinforcing the idea that Japan itself was a sacred land. The emperor was not merely a political leader, but a living bridge between the gods and humanity, performing rituals to maintain spiritual balance. Throughout the Yamato period and beyond, elaborate ceremonies were held at the Ise Grand Shrine, the most sacred site dedicated to Amaterasu, where only the highest members of the imperial line could serve as priestesses. These rituals were believed to ensure bountiful harvests, military victories, and protection from disasters. Over time, this divine connection was institutionalized, shaping the way Japan's government functioned. Political power was not only a matter of might, but also of spiritual legitimacy. Shinto beliefs also influenced the structure of Japan's early legal and moral codes. Laws were often intertwined with religious purity, and violations of harmony, be it crimes, natural disasters, or even personal misfortunes, were seen as disturbances in the spiritual balance. Priests and shrine maidens played an essential role in cleansing individuals of misfortune through purification rites known as misogi, ritual washing in rivers, or at sacred waterfalls meant to purify both body and spirit. Festivals called matsuri were held throughout the year to honor the kami, ensuring their continued favor and protection. These festivals, filled with music, dance, and processions, were not just religious gatherings, but also central social events that united communities under shared spiritual traditions. Beyond the imperial court, local clans and villages had their own kami, unique to their land and lineage. These local deities were believed to protect the crops, guide warriors into battle, and watch over the homes of their followers. Some kami were benevolent, offering blessings of health and fortune, while others were vengeful spirits requiring offerings and careful rituals to prevent their wrath. The concept of tsukumogami, objects that, after 100 years, gained spirits of their own, was rooted in the belief that the unseen world was constantly interacting with human life. Farmers prayed to Inari, the kami of rice and fertility, often represented by foxes, while warriors sought favor from Hachiman, the kami of war and divine protector of Japan. As Buddhism arrived from China and Korea in the 6th century, it did not replace Shinto but rather merged with it, forming the unique syncretic religious identity that would define Japan for centuries. Buddhist temples were built next to Shinto shrines. Many kami were identified as manifestations of Buddhist deities, ensuring that the new religion did not erase Japan's indigenous traditions, but instead intertwined with them. This seamless blending of spiritual practices reflected the deep-rooted belief that all forces, gods, spirits, ancestors, and natural elements, were interconnected in an ever-flowing cycle. Shinto was not merely a religion, it was a way of life, shaping everything from governance to warfare, from agriculture to art. It provided the framework through which Japan's early leaders justified their rule, the means by which communities found unity, and the spiritual force that connected the people to their land. Even in modern Japan, where Shinto no longer dictates the laws of the land, its echoes remain in the towering torii gates that stand at shrine entrances, in the festivals that still mark the changing seasons, and in the quiet reverence for nature that lingers in the heart of the nation. Sacred sites, rituals, and the power of purification. In ancient Japan, where the natural world and the spiritual world intertwined, sacred sites were more than places of worship. They were living connections between humans and the kami. The most revered among them was the Ise Grand Shrine, dedicated to Amaterasu, the sun goddess and divine ancestor of Japan's emperors. Nestled deep in the forests of Mie Prefecture, the shrine was rebuilt every 20 years in a centuries-old tradition symbolizing renewal and the impermanence of all things. Only the imperial family and the highest-ranking priests were permitted to conduct rituals within its sacred grounds, ensuring that the emperor's divine link to the gods remained unbroken. Other major shrines, such as Azumo Taisha, dedicated to the storm god Okinanushi, and Fushimi Inari Taisha, home to the fox spirits of Inari, became centers of devotion, pilgrimage, and seasonal festivals that shaped the rhythm of life across Japan. At the heart of Shinto practice was the idea of purification, the belief that humans accumulated spiritual impurities through daily life and interaction with the physical world. To cleanse themselves, individuals performed misogi, ritual washing in rivers, waterfalls, or the sea. Warriors before battle would stand beneath rushing water, clearing their minds and bodies of impurity, believing that a cleansed spirit would ensure victory. In everyday life, purification took place through temazuya, stone basins found at the entrances of shrines, where worshippers would rinse their hands and mouths before praying. This act was not simply about physical cleanliness, but about restoring spiritual harmony, aligning oneself with the natural flow of energy that bound all things together. Beyond personal purification, entire communities participated in grand rituals to appease the kami and ensure their continued blessing. Shinto priests, dressed in flowing white robes, performed ceremonies filled with ancient chants, rhythmic drumming, and offerings of rice, sake, and salt. Kagura, a sacred form of dance, was performed to entertain the kami and invite their presence. During times of drought, priests led processions to summon rain. During harvest festivals, people gathered to give thanks for the rice that sustained them. These seasonal rituals became the heartbeat of Japan's agricultural society, marking the passage of time through sacred observances. Perhaps one of the most enduring traditions was the Shikinen Sengu, the complete rebuilding of major shrines like Ise Grand Shrine every 20 years. The entire complex was reconstructed using carefully chosen cypress wood, following the exact design of the previous structure. This practice, dating back over 1,300 years, reflected the Shinto belief in impermanence and renewal, the idea that nothing is permanent, yet through careful preservation, continuity can be maintained. The wood from the old shrine was repurposed in smaller shrines across Japan, ensuring that the divine essence remained within the land. Among the most feared spiritual disturbances were yokai and vengeful spirits, believed to emerge when proper rituals were not observed or when great injustices were left unresolved. The restless spirits of fallen warriors, betrayed lovers, or those who died with strong lingering emotions could transform into onryo, ghosts capable of cursing entire regions. To prevent such supernatural turmoil, elaborate exorcism rituals were conducted by priests to pacify these spirits and restore balance. Stories of these vengeful beings spread across Japan, reminding people of the importance of living in harmony with both the seen and unseen worlds. From the towering torii gates marking the entrance to sacred grounds to the whispering forests, where the kami were said to reside, the rituals and traditions of Shinto define the spiritual landscape of Japan. Though centuries have passed, these sacred practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese culture, a quiet undercurrent in daily life, guiding festivals, ceremonies, and moments of quiet reverence. Whether through the flickering of lanterns at a shrine, the ringing of a bell before a prayer, or the flowing waters of purification, the ancient connection between humans and the divine endures, like a dream carried through time. The divine mandate, how mythology shaped Japan's rulers and warriors. In the world of ancient Japan, power was not simply taken, it was bestowed by the kami. The legitimacy of rulers was tied to their divine ancestry, their right to govern reinforced by sacred myths and Shinto traditions. Unlike in feudal Europe, where kings ruled by conquest or noble bloodlines alone, Japan's emperors claimed their authority through a spiritual mandate, a divine connection stretching back to Amaterasu, the sun goddess. This belief in divine rule set Japan apart, creating an imperial lineage that has endured for more than 2,600 years. The Yamato rulers, who emerged as Japan's dominant clan in the 4th century CE, carefully cultivated their link to the gods. By declaring themselves descendants of Amaterasu, they positioned themselves as the rightful rulers of the land, their sovereignty not just a political claim, but a sacred duty. This divine lineage was reinforced through elaborate Shinto rituals at the imperial court, ensuring that each emperor was seen not only as a mortal ruler, but as a living conduit between the human world and the celestial realm. Even as military governments later seized control, the emperor remained a spiritual figurehead, his authority unbroken by time. But the imperial family was not the only class to draw strength from the divine. Samurai warriors, whose rise in the Heian and Kamakura periods reshaped Japan's social order, also found their legitimacy through mythology. Many powerful samurai clans traced their lineage to legendary gods or heroes, using these connections to justify their rule over provinces and armies. The Minamoto clan, for example, claimed descent from Emperor Seiwa, reinforcing their authority as rightful military leaders. Others, such as the Taira and Hojo, aligned themselves with powerful kami like Hachiman, the god of war, whose favor was believed to grant victory in battle. Before heading into war, samurai would visit shrines, undergo purification rituals, and offer prayers to their ancestral deities, believing that divine protection could mean the difference between life and death. This sacred connection between warriors and gods was embodied in the concept of Bushido, the way of the warrior. More than just a code of conduct, Bushido was rooted in Shinto and Buddhist philosophy, emphasizing loyalty, duty, and spiritual discipline. A samurai was expected to live with honor and purity, maintaining an unshakable spirit much like the stillness of a shrine. Ritual suicide, seppuku, was considered an act of purification, a way to cleanse one's dishonor and restore balance to the world. The spiritual nature of the samurai ethos transformed warfare into something more than a struggle for land and power. It became a test of divine will, where victory was seen as a sign of celestial favor. Shinto mythology also shaped the way warlords justified their conquests. In the Sengoku period, 1467 to 1600, when Japan was fractured by civil war, leaders like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu used divine imagery to solidify their rule. Nobunaga, in particular, saw himself as a force of destiny, invoking the idea that he was chosen to bring order to a chaotic world. Hideyoshi, though born a peasant, carefully crafted an image of divine favor, associating himself with the sun and even constructing grand temples to cement his legacy. Tokugawa Ieyasu, the most patient of the three, aligned himself with the ancestral spirits of the Minamoto clan, ensuring that his shogunate was seen not just as a political institution, but as the rightful continuation of Japan's divine rule. Even as modernity swept through Japan, the belief in divine legitimacy never truly faded. During the Meiji Restoration in 1868, when Japan sought to modernize while preserving its traditions, the emperor's divine status was re-emphasized to unify the nation. The idea that Japan was a sacred land, chosen by the gods, remained deeply ingrained in the national identity, shaping everything from politics to the arts. Thus, mythology was not simply a collection of ancient stories. It was a foundation of power, a force that shaped Japan's rulers, warriors, and vision of itself as a nation. Whether through the sun goddess's blessings upon the imperial family, or the war gods guiding samurai into battle, the echoes of these beliefs carried through the ages, weaving the past into the present like an unbroken thread in the fabric of time. The symbolism of nature, mountains, rivers, and the sacred landscape. In ancient Japan, the land itself was alive with spiritual significance. Every mountain peak, flowing river, and dense forest was believed to house the spirits of the kami, divine forces that shaped the world and guided human destiny. Unlike in other civilizations, where deities ruled from distant heavens, Japan's gods lived within the earth, woven into the very fabric of the natural landscape. To the people of early Japan, the land was not just a resource. It was sacred, a place where the divine and mortal worlds intertwined. Among the most revered places in Japan were its mountains, towering above the land, seen as bridges between the heavens and the human world, where gods descended and spirits dwelled. None was more sacred than Mount Fuji, the iconic volcano that became a symbol of purity, beauty, and spiritual enlightenment. Legends tell of Fuji as the dwelling place of Konohana Sakuya, the goddess of blossoming trees, whose fleeting beauty mirrored the delicate and transient nature of life. For centuries, monks and pilgrims ascended its slopes in search of divine wisdom, believing that reaching its summit brought them closer to the gods. Other mountains, such as Mount Hai and Mount Koya, became centers of religious devotion, home to Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines that further deepened their spiritual aura. Rivers and waterfalls also held profound spiritual importance. Flowing water was seen as a force of purification, a means of washing away physical and spiritual impurities. Ancient purification rituals, known as misogi, were often performed in cold rivers or beneath waterfalls, where monks, warriors, and common people alike cleansed themselves before engaging in religious ceremonies or battle. One of the most famous sacred waterfalls was Nachi Falls, where Shinto priests conducted elaborate rituals to honor the water spirits. The belief in the purifying power of water remains embedded in Japanese culture to this day, reflected in the practice of temazuya at shrine entrances, where visitors rinse their hands and mouths before offering prayers. Forests were considered the hidden sanctuaries of the kami, dense and untouched groves where spirits roamed freely. Certain trees were believed to be yorishiro, objects capable of housing deities, marked with sacred ropes known as shimenawa to signify their divine presence. The ancient cryptomera trees of Tadakushi Shrine in Nagano, some standing for over 1,000 years, were said to be infused with the spirits of the past. These sacred forests were not places to be disturbed, and even today, Japan maintains a deep respect for nature, preserving these ancient woodlands as places of spiritual retreat and meditation. Beyond individual landmarks, the natural cycles of the seasons were deeply tied to religious observances. The blooming of cherry blossoms in spring was celebrated with Hanami, a festival that honored the fleeting beauty of life, while the arrival of autumn brought solemn reflections on impermanence. Rice, Japan's most sacred crop, was planted and harvested in accordance with seasonal rituals dedicated to Inari, the kami of agriculture. The connection between people and the land was not just practical but deeply spiritual, as every shift in the natural world was seen as an expression of the gods' will. Even the wind was believed to carry divine influence. The legendary kamikaze, or divine wind, that twice repelled Mongol invasions in the 13th century was seen as a direct intervention from the kami, protecting Japan from foreign conquest. This reinforced the belief that Japan was a chosen land, shielded by the gods themselves, an idea that would persist throughout history. The landscape of Japan was not merely terrain. It was a living, breathing entity infused with the spirit of the divine. Whether through the towering presence of sacred mountains, the cleansing waters of flowing rivers, or the whispering groves of ancient forests, the natural world remained an ever-present force in the spiritual lives of the Japanese people. This reverence for nature continues even today. The shrines and temples remain nestled in the quiet embrace of mountains, rivers, and trees, reminders of a time when the world itself was seen as sacred. The myths and legends that shaped ancient Japan did not fade with time. They became the bedrock upon which the nation built its identity. From the divine origins of the islands to the sacred lineage of the imperial family, mythology provided more than just stories. It offered a framework for understanding power, legitimacy, and the relationship between humanity and the natural world. Even as Japan modernized, embracing Western technology and governance, the ancient beliefs remained woven into the fabric of society, influencing art, literature, politics, and the collective consciousness of the people. The concept of divine rulership, rooted in the myth of Amaterasu and her descent to the mortal realm, persisted through every era of Japanese history. During the Meiji Restoration, when Japan emerged from centuries of isolation to become a modern nation-state, the emperor's divine status was not abandoned but rather reinvigorated. The government promoted the idea of the emperor as a living god, a direct descendant of the sun goddess, to unify a rapidly changing society under a single national identity. This belief, deeply embedded in Shinto tradition, became a powerful tool for mobilizing the population during times of crisis and transformation. Mythology also shaped the way Japanese society viewed itself in relation to the world. The idea that Japan was a sacred land, protected by the gods and distinct from all other nations, fostered a strong sense of cultural uniqueness. This belief was reinforced by historical events such as the kamikaze typhoons that repelled the Mongol invasions, which were interpreted as divine interventions proving Japan's special status. Such narratives were not merely relegated to religious texts or folklore. They became part of the national consciousness, influencing everything from education to military doctrine. In the realm of the arts, mythology provided endless inspiration. Classical literature, such as the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, preserved these ancient tales, ensuring they would be passed down through generations. No and kabuki theater brought mythological characters to life on stage, allowing audiences to connect with their ancestral heritage. Ukiyo-e wood block prints depicted scenes from legendary battles and divine encounters, while poets composed verses celebrating the beauty of nature and the presence of the kami within it. Even in modern times, Japanese cinema, anime, and manga continue to draw heavily from these ancient myths, reimagining gods, spirits, and legendary warriors for contemporary audiences. The influence of Shinto mythology extended beyond cultural expression into the very structure of daily life. Seasonal festivals, many of which have been celebrated for over 1,000 years, continue to mark the passage of time in accordance with ancient agricultural cycles and spiritual observances. New Year celebrations involve visits to shrines to pray for prosperity and good fortune in the coming year. The coming-of-age ceremony, Seijin no Hai, celebrates the transition to adulthood with rituals that echo ancient rites of passage. Even modern weddings often incorporate Shinto elements, with couples exchanging vows before a shrine and receiving blessings from priests. Moreover, the reverence for nature that characterized ancient Shinto beliefs remains deeply ingrained in Japanese culture. The practice of forest bathing, or Shinrin-yoku, reflects the traditional belief in the healing and spiritual power of natural environments. Gardens are meticulously designed to evoke harmony and balance, embodying the Shinto principle of living in accordance with nature. The changing seasons are celebrated with fervor. Cherry blossoms in spring, vibrant foliage in autumn, each viewed not just as natural phenomena, but as expressions of the divine rhythm of the world. The samurai, though no longer a warrior class, left a legacy shaped by the intersection of mythology and martial tradition. Bushido, the way of the warrior, became a cultural ideal that transcended its military origins. The values of loyalty, honor, and self-discipline associated with the samurai were preserved and romanticized, influencing modern conceptions of proper conduct and social responsibility. The image of the samurai as noble warriors guided by both spiritual wisdom and martial skill has become an enduring symbol of Japanese identity, celebrated in countless stories, films, and cultural references. Even the physical landscape of Japan bears witness to the enduring power of mythology. Torii gates stand at the entrances to thousands of shrines across the country, marking the threshold between the mundane and the sacred. Mount Fuji, still revered as a holy site, draws pilgrims and tourists alike, its perfect cone a symbol recognized worldwide. Ancient trees wrapped in Shimenawa ropes remind passers-by of the spirits believed to dwell within. Sacred islands, inaccessible to ordinary visitors, preserve spaces where the divine is thought to reside undisturbed. In education, mythology plays a role in teaching children about their cultural heritage. Stories of Izanagi and Izanami, Amaterasu and Susanoo, and the founding of the imperial line are part of the curriculum, ensuring that each generation understands the mythological foundations of their nation. These tales are not presented merely as fiction, but as integral components of Japan's historical narrative, blurring the lines between legend and history in a way that reinforces cultural continuity. The relationship between mythology and national identity became particularly complex during the 20th century. The militaristic government of the 1930s and 1940s exploited Shinto mythology to justify imperial expansion and war, promoting the idea that Japan had a divine mission to lead Asia. After World War II, the emperor publicly renounced his divine status in the Humanity Declaration of 1946, marking a significant shift in the official relationship between religion and state. Yet even this declaration did not erase the deep cultural associations between the imperial family and the divine. The emperor continues to perform Shinto rituals, and the imperial succession remains a matter of national importance, watched closely by a population that still sees the monarchy as a link to Japan's ancient past. In contemporary Japan, the influence of mythology is both pervasive and subtle. While many Japanese people may not actively practice Shinto in a formal religious sense, the cultural practices and beliefs derived from it remain part of everyday life. The concept of kami is not limited to ancient gods, but extends to the idea that sacred essence can reside in any object, place, or even person of great significance. This worldview fosters a respectful relationship with the environment and a sense of interconnectedness that shapes social behavior and cultural values. The resilience of these ancient beliefs speaks to their fundamental role in defining what it means to be Japanese. Mythology provided the narrative through which generations understood their place in the world, their relationship to authority, and their connection to the land. It offered explanations for natural phenomena, justifications for social structures, and a sense of continuity stretching back thousands of years. Even as Japan has transformed into one of the world's most technologically advanced nations, the echoes of its mythological past continue to resonate. In the quiet rustle of leaves at a shrine, in the rhythmic chanting of priests during a festival, in the careful arrangement of offerings before a household altar, the ancient world remains present. The gods have not departed. They have simply adapted, finding new forms of expression in a changing world. The myths that once explained the creation of islands and the lineage of emperors now serve as cultural touchstones, reminding the Japanese people of their unique heritage and the spiritual dimensions of their national identity. Thus, the eternal influence of mythology lies not in its literal truth, but in its capacity to shape identity, inspire creativity, and provide meaning across generations. It is the thread that connects the present to the past, the mundane to the sacred, the individual to the collective. In Japan, Where the boundaries between history and myth have always been permeable, this ancient wisdom continues to guide and inspire, a timeless presence in the heart of a modern nation. The samurai spirit in modern Japan. Though the samurai as a warrior class vanished over a century ago, their spirit permeates modern Japanese society in ways both visible and subtle. The values they embodied, discipline, loyalty, perseverance, and honor, have been transmuted into contemporary ideals that continue to shape Japanese culture, business practices, and social interactions. The samurai are no longer warriors wielding swords, but their legacy lives on in the collective consciousness, serving as a model for conduct and a source of national pride. In the corporate world, the influence of samurai culture is particularly evident. The concept of lifetime employment, though changing in recent decades, reflects the feudal relationship between lord and retainer, where loyalty was paramount and mutual obligations formed the foundation of social order. Company employees are expected to demonstrate dedication and sacrifice for the collective good, much as samurai served their daimyo without question. The practice of working long hours, often at personal cost, echoes the samurai's willingness to endure hardship for duty and honor. Business negotiations and corporate hierarchies also bear traces of samurai influence. The emphasis on harmony, consensus building, and respect for seniority mirrors the rigid social structures of feudal Japan. Just as the samurai would never directly challenge his superior, modern Japanese business culture values indirect communication and the preservation of face over confrontational approaches. The exchange of business cards, performed with ceremonial precision, recalls the formality and ritual that govern samurai interactions. In education, the rigorous discipline and dedication expected of students reflect samurai training methods. The emphasis on perseverance, embodied in the concept of ganbaru, to do one's best despite difficulties, is deeply rooted in the samurai ethos. Students are encouraged to endure hardship, overcome obstacles, and constantly improve themselves, much as young samurai trained relentlessly to perfect their martial skills. The examination system, highly competitive and demanding, serves as a modern battlefield where one's worth is proven through mental rather than physical prowess. The martial arts, direct descendants of samurai combat training, have become global phenomena while maintaining their spiritual and philosophical dimensions. Kendo, the way of the sword, is practiced not merely as a sport, but as a means of character development. Practitioners learn discipline, respect, and mental focus alongside physical techniques. Aikido, Judo, and karate all emphasize the cultivation of inner strength and harmony, principles that were central to Bushido. These arts are taught not just as methods of self-defense, but as paths to self-improvement and spiritual growth, preserving the samurai belief that martial training serves a higher purpose beyond combat. In popular culture, the samurai remain iconic figures, celebrated in countless films, television series, novels, and manga. Directors like Akira Kurosawa brought samurai stories to international audiences, depicting them as complex characters struggling with moral dilemmas, loyalty, and honor. Films such as Seven Samurai and Yojimbo explored the humanity of these warriors, showing them not as perfect heroes, but as flawed individuals striving to live by a demanding code. Modern interpretations continue this tradition, with anime and manga like Rurouni Kenshin and Samurai Champloo, reimagining samurai for new generations while maintaining core themes of honor and redemption. The aesthetic principles developed during the samurai era continue to influence Japanese design and craftsmanship. The concept of wabi-sabi, finding beauty in imperfection and transience, reflects the samurai's Buddhist-influenced acceptance of mortality. The tea ceremony, refined under the patronage of samurai lords, remains a practiced art form emphasizing mindfulness, simplicity, and respect. The minimalist approach to design, seen in everything from architecture to technology, echoes the samurai preference for functionality and elegance over ostentation. Even the Japanese approach to nature and environmental stewardship bears the mark of samurai philosophy. The samurai's Zen Buddhist training emphasized living in harmony with nature and finding peace in natural settings. Gardens designed during the feudal era, with their careful balance and symbolic elements, continue to be maintained and celebrated. The practice of contemplating cherry blossoms, hanami, takes on deeper meaning when considered through the lens of samurai culture, where the fleeting beauty of the blossom symbolized the transience of life and the acceptance of death. The concept of giri, social obligation, remains a powerful force in Japanese society, directly traceable to samurai ethics. This sense of duty shapes relationships, from family bonds to professional associations. The importance of repaying kindness, maintaining reputation, and fulfilling obligations without complaint reflects the samurai commitment to honor above personal desire. While modern life has introduced new complexities, and sometimes tensions between individual aspirations and social expectations, the fundamental value placed on duty and responsibility remains strong. Literature and poetry continue to draw on samurai themes and aesthetics. Haiku, perfected during the Edo period, captures moments with the precision and clarity valued by samurai warriors. Historical novels set in feudal Japan remain bestsellers, allowing readers to explore their nation's past and connect with the values of their ancestors. Even contemporary fiction often features characters grappling with questions of loyalty, honor, and moral responsibility, themes that would have been familiar to any samurai. The political realm, too, shows traces of samurai influence. The emphasis on consensus and harmony in Japanese politics, though sometimes criticized as hindering decisive action, reflects the samurai preference for social cohesion over individual assertion. Politicians and public figures are expected to demonstrate dignity, self-control, and dedication to the public good, qualities associated with ideal samurai behavior. Scandals often center not just on the transgression itself but on the failure to maintain proper form and honor. In times of crisis, the samurai spirit is often invoked as a source of strength and resilience. After the 2011 earthquake and tsunami, the stoic response of many Japanese people, their orderly conduct, and mutual support were attributed to cultural values rooted in samurai ethics. The ability to endure hardship with dignity, to prioritize the collective good over individual complaints, and to maintain hope in the face of catastrophe. These responses echo the samurai's training to remain calm and composed regardless of circumstances. Yet the samurai legacy is not without its critics. Some argue that the emphasis on hierarchy, conformity, and self-sacrifice can stifle individuality and innovation. The pressure to conform to group expectations, to never stand out or cause trouble, can be oppressive, particularly for those who do not fit traditional molds. The reluctance to challenge authority or express dissenting opinions, while maintaining surface harmony, can impede necessary change and reform. The darker aspects of samurai culture, the violence, the rigid class distinctions, the subordination of women, are also part of this inheritance, creating tensions in a society striving for modernity and equality. Women's roles in modern Japan continue to be shaped, in part, by feudal attitudes toward gender. During the samurai era, women of the warrior class were expected to be disciplined and dutiful, managing households and raising children to uphold family honor. While some women trained in combat and demonstrated remarkable courage, their primary role was supportive rather than active in public life. This legacy has contributed to persistent gender inequalities in contemporary Japan, where women face barriers in career advancement and leadership positions despite legal protections and social changes. Nevertheless, there are also examples of women drawing inspiration from historical female warriors, like Tomo Guzan and the Anabugeisha, women who trained in martial arts and fought alongside men. These figures have been reclaimed as symbols of female empowerment, offering alternative narratives within the samurai tradition that challenge exclusively masculine interpretations of honor and strength. The samurai spirit, then, is not a static inheritance, but a living tradition constantly being reinterpreted and negotiated. Each generation must decide which aspects of this legacy to embrace, and which to question or reject. In a globalized world where Japan navigates between preserving cultural identity and participating in international communities, the samurai ideal provides both guidance and constraint. For many Japanese people, the samurai represent an idealized past, a time when life was simpler and values clearer. This nostalgia can be comforting in a rapidly changing world, offering a sense of continuity and connection to something enduring. At the same time, the romanticization of the samurai era can obscure historical realities, including the suffering and injustice that also characterized feudal society. The challenge for modern Japan is to honor the positive aspects of the samurai legacy: discipline, craftsmanship, aesthetic sensibility, moral seriousness, while recognizing that not all traditional values serve contemporary needs. The samurai emphasis on loyalty and duty must be balanced with respect for individual rights and freedoms. The cultivation of inner strength and self-control must not become repression of legitimate emotions and needs. The pursuit of excellence and perfection must not create unbearable pressure and mental health crisis. In this ongoing negotiation between tradition and modernity, the samurai remain powerful symbols, their swords long sheathed, but their influence still sharp. They remind the Japanese people of their capacity for discipline and excellence, their rich cultural heritage, and the values that have sustained their society through centuries of change. Whether viewed as heroes or as emblems of a problematic past, the samurai continue to shape how Japan sees itself and how the world sees Japan. As the sun sets over modern Tokyo, with its towering skyscrapers and bustling streets, the spirit of the samurai endures, not in armor and battlefields, but in the quiet determination of a craftsman perfecting his art, in the respectful bow exchanged between strangers, in the disciplined practice of a martial artist, and in the collective resilience of a people who have weathered countless storms while maintaining their unique identity. The age of the samurai is ended, but their legacy remains, woven into the very fabric of Japanese life, a bridge between the ancient past and an uncertain future. From the mythological birth of the islands through the rise and fall of the samurai, from the divine mandate of emperors to the isolationist peace of the Edo period, Japan's history is a tapestry woven from countless threads: mythology and reality, violence and beauty, tradition and transformation. Each era built upon what came before, creating a continuity that stretches across millennia, connecting the present to a past both historical and legendary. The stories told in these pages, of gods descending from heaven, of warriors living and dying by codes of honor, of emperors claiming divine descent, of warlords unifying a fractured nation, are more than historical accounts. They are the foundational narratives through which Japan has understood itself, justified its structures of power, and found meaning in the cycles of creation and destruction that have shaped its development. What emerges from this long journey through Japanese history is a recognition that the boundaries between myth and history, between the sacred and the secular, have always been permeable in Japan. The emperor who traces his lineage to the sun goddess, the samurai who sees his sword as containing a divine spirit, the farmer who prays to the kami of the rice fields, all participate in a worldview where the spiritual and material realms constantly interpenetrate. This holistic vision has given Japanese culture its distinctive character, influencing everything from governance to gardening, from warfare to poetry. The samurai, in particular, embody the synthesis of the spiritual and practical. They were warriors who meditated, poets who killed, philosophers who lived by the sword. Their legacy demonstrates how martial prowess could be elevated to an art form, how violence could be ritualized and constrained by elaborate codes, and how the constant presence of death could inspire both beauty and discipline. Whether this represents a noble ideal or a troubling glorification of militarism depends on one's perspective, and perhaps the truth contains elements of both. What cannot be denied is the enduring power of these stories, and the values they embody. In a world characterized by rapid change, uncertainty, and the erosion of traditional identities, Japan's ability to maintain connection with its ancient past while embracing modernity offers both inspiration and cautionary lessons. The preservation of ritual, the reverence for nature, the emphasis on craftsmanship and excellence. These aspects of Japanese culture, rooted in centuries of tradition, provide stability and meaning in an increasingly homogenized global culture. Yet this same connection to the past can also constrain and burden. The weight of tradition can stifle innovation and individuality. The emphasis on harmony can suppress necessary conflict and change. The reverence for hierarchy can perpetuate inequality and injustice. As Japan continues to navigate the 21st century, it must find ways to honor its heritage while addressing contemporary challenges, demographic decline, economic stagnation, gender inequality, and the need for greater openness and diversity. The myths that once explained the creation of the world and justified imperial rule now serve different purposes. They are cultural resources, sources of artistic inspiration, and markers of identity in a globalized world. The samurai, no longer actual warriors, have become symbols open to multiple interpretations, paragons of discipline and honor, or representatives of a militaristic past best left behind. The emperor, stripped of divine status yet still revered, represents continuity with an ancient lineage while functioning within a modern constitutional monarchy. In the end, what makes Japanese history so compelling is not just the drama of battles and political intrigue, though these certainly provide excitement and narrative drive. Rather, it is the way spiritual beliefs, aesthetic sensibilities, and social values have been integrated into every aspect of life, creating a civilization of remarkable depth and complexity. From the austere beauty of a Zen garden to the explosive energy of a samurai duel, from the delicate arrangement of cherry blossoms to the devastating power of a typhoon interpreted as divine intervention, Japan's story is one of constant dialogue between opposites, permanence and change, violence and peace, the individual and the group, the human and the divine. As we conclude this journey through Japan's mythological and historical landscape, we are left with an appreciation for a culture that has managed to preserve its essence through centuries of transformation. The thread connecting Amaterasu's emergence from the cave to the neon-lit streets of modern Tokyo has never been broken. It has been stretched, tested, rewoven, and reimagined countless times, but it endures. The gods still dwell in the mountains and rivers, if only in the hearts and practices of those who maintain the old shrines and perform the ancient rituals. The samurai still walk among us, if only in the form of values and aspirations that shape behavior and self-understanding. The emperors still trace their lineage to the sun, if only as a symbolic connection to a mythological past that gives depth and meaning to the present. Japan's story is far from over. New chapters are being written every day as the nation faces contemporary challenges and opportunities. But whatever the future holds, it will be built upon the foundation laid by countless generations who believed in the power of myth, the importance of honor, the necessity of discipline, and the sacred nature of the land itself. The echoes of the past continue to resonate, shaping the present and guiding the future, an unbroken thread connecting all who have called these islands home. In the quiet of a shrine at dawn, in the precision of a craftsman's hands, in the fleeting beauty of cherry blossoms, and in the enduring resilience of a people who have weathered countless storms, the spirit of ancient Japan lives on. The stories told around fires centuries ago, the battles fought by warriors long turned to dust, the prayers offered to gods whose names may be forgotten, all continue to exert their influence, subtle but profound, on a nation that honors its past while reaching toward the future. This is the legacy of Japan, a civilization built on mythology and history, on violence and beauty, on rigid tradition and constant adaptation. It is a legacy that reminds us that the past is never truly past, that myths contain truths that transcend literal facts, and that the stories we tell about ourselves shape who we become. As the sun continues its eternal journey across the sky, as mountains stand unmoved by the passage of time, and as rivers flow ceaselessly toward the sea, Japan's story continues, an endless dialogue between what was, what is, and what might yet be. How ancient beliefs shape Japan today. Those centuries have passed since the first emperors claimed divine ancestry, and the first warriors sought the favor of the kami. The echoes of Japan's mythological past continue to shape its culture, traditions, and national identity. The stories of Izanagi and Izanami, Amaterasu and Susanoo, are not simply relics of ancient belief. They remain woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people, influencing everything from spiritual practices to modern governance. Even in an era of technological advancement, Shinto rituals persist. Torii gates still stand as silent guardians of the sacred, and the belief in unseen forces continues to influence Japan's cultural landscape. One of the most striking ways mythology endures is through the imperial family. Despite the fall of shogunates, military governments, and the rise of democracy, the Japanese emperor still holds a unique position as a symbol of national unity. Though his political power has faded, his role as the spiritual descendant of Amaterasu remains a fundamental aspect of Japanese identity. Even modern enthronement ceremonies involve ancient Shinto rites, where the emperor offers prayers to the kami and affirms his role as a divine mediator between the gods and the people. The continuity of the imperial line, from the legendary Emperor Jimmu to the present day, reinforces the idea that Japan itself is a sacred land, chosen by the gods. Beyond the imperial family, Shinto practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese society. Festivals celebrating the kami, known as Matsuri, continue to draw millions of participants each year. During New Year's celebrations, Hatsumode, people visit Shinto shrines to pray for good fortune, tossing coins into offering boxes and purchasing protective talismans. The Obon Festival, dedicated to honoring the spirits of ancestors, reflects the ancient belief that the dead never truly leave, but instead watch over their descendants. These customs have endured for over 1,000 years, adapting to modern life while maintaining their spiritual significance. The belief in supernatural forces also thrives in Japan's folklore and popular culture. The presence of yokai, spirits, and creatures of myth remains strong in art, literature, and entertainment. From the mischievous kitsune fox spirits to the vengeful Onryo ghosts, these beings still inspire countless films, novels, and anime. Even technological advancements have not diminished the influence of mythology. Modern video games, films, and books frequently draw upon ancient legends, ensuring that the tales of Japan's mythic past continue to captivate new generations. Japan's deep reverence for nature and purification rituals is also a direct inheritance from its mythological roots. The custom of cleansing oneself before entering sacred space persists not just in shrines, but in everyday life, whether through bathing culture in onsen hot springs or the symbolic washing of hands before meals. The idea that nature is sacred continues to influence conservation efforts, reflected in carefully preserved forests around shrines, and the nation's commitment to protecting natural landscapes. Even Japan's approach to urban design maintains a sense of harmony with the environment, with traditional Zen gardens and temple grounds serving as places of quiet reflection amidst modern cityscapes. Perhaps most importantly, the spirit of Japan's mythology lives on in its people. The deep-seated sense of honor, perseverance, and connection to the past. The philosophy of mono no aware, the appreciation of impermanence, stems from Shinto and Buddhist influences, reminding people to embrace the fleeting beauty of life. The respect for ancestral wisdom and the idea of duty to one's community reflect values passed down from ancient times, shaping everything from family traditions to workplace ethics. Even as the world changes, the myths of Japan remain, flowing through the nation like an unseen current, shaping its identity in ways both subtle and profound. The spirits of the past are never far, still honored in whispered prayers at shrines, still present in the towering trees of sacred groves, still guiding the land and its people as they have for millennia. Isaac Newton, the man who unveiled the universe. This concludes tonight's journey into Japan's divine origins. Now, let us turn to another remarkable mind whose discoveries would transform our understanding of the natural world. Born on January 4th, 1643, in Woolsthorpe, Lincolnshire, England, Isaac Newton arrived into the world during a time of great upheaval. The English Civil War was in full swing, and the country was caught between monarchies, republics, and revolution. But Newton's arrival wasn't anything extraordinary. He was born prematurely, and was so small and fragile that his mother reportedly said he could have fit inside a small mug. In fact, it's said that Newton was not expected to survive his early days. Yet he defied those odds, growing up to become one of the most influential figures in science and mathematics. As a child, Newton's family life was complicated. His father, also named Isaac Newton, passed away 3 months before he was born, leaving his mother, Hannah Asko, to raise him alone. Hannah remarried when Newton was 3 years old, and he was sent to live with his maternal grandmother while his mother moved away with her new husband. This early separation from his mother would have a lasting impact on Newton's emotional development, leading to periods of intense loneliness throughout his life. Despite his emotional struggles, Newton's intellectual gifts began to shine early on. As a young boy, he attended the King's School in Grantham, where he was known for being solitary and deeply engrossed in his studies. In fact, he was not much of a socializer, preferring to read and experiment on his own. It was during these early school years that Newton began to show an aptitude for invention. One of his most famous childhood experiments was creating a small water clock using a round-bottomed flask, which was one of the earliest signs of his curiosity about the physical world. At the age of 12, Newton's mother brought him back to live with her and her new husband in Woolsthorpe. It was at this time that he began his education at Cambridge University, enrolling at Trinity College in 1661. Cambridge was a world away from the rural life Newton had known, but it would serve as the place where he began his extraordinary journey in the world of science. In the first few years at Cambridge, Newton was fascinated by the works of the great scholars of the time, particularly René Descartes, Galileo Galilei, and Johannes Kepler. These men had made groundbreaking contributions to mathematics, physics, and astronomy, and Newton was eager to learn from their ideas. He was particularly drawn to the study of mathematics, and soon became obsessed with solving problems in geometry, algebra, and calculus. However, Newton's journey wasn't without its challenges. The world was entering a tumultuous period during Newton's years at Cambridge. The Great Plague of 1665 struck London, causing the university to close temporarily. Newton, like many others, returned home to Woolsthorpe. It was during this time away from Cambridge, in the isolation of the countryside, that Newton's mind truly began to flourish. This period, known as his Annus Mirabilis, or Year of Wonders, was when Newton made some of his most groundbreaking discoveries. He began to develop his theories on calculus, an entirely new field of mathematics that would allow him to understand the behavior of motion and change. The concepts that would later shape his laws of motion and universal gravitation were born during these isolated months. He also worked on optics, conducting experiments with light and prisms, leading to his discovery that white light could be split into the colors of the rainbow. But perhaps the most famous story from this period is the one about the falling apple. According to legend, Newton was sitting in his garden in Woolsthorpe when he saw an apple fall from a tree. This simple observation sparked a profound question in his mind. Why did the apple fall straight down, rather than sideways or in some other direction? This moment of curiosity would lead him to formulate his law of universal gravitation, which states that every mass attracts every other mass in the universe with a force proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. Returning to Cambridge in 1667, Newton's reputation as a mathematician and physicist began to grow. He soon became a fellow at Trinity College, and over the next several years, he began to refine his ideas. In 1687, he published his groundbreaking work, Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, or simply the Principia. In this book, Newton introduced his three laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation. These laws laid the foundation for classical mechanics and transformed the understanding of how the universe works. Newton's first law, often referred to as the law of inertia, states that an object at rest will stay at rest, and an object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by an external force. His second law relates the force applied to an object to its mass and acceleration, essentially stating that force equals mass times acceleration, F equals ma. Finally, his third law states that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, a principle that underpins everything from rocket launches to the way we walk. But Newton's work wasn't limited to physics. He was also a brilliant astronomer, and his discoveries in this field changed the way humanity understood the cosmos. Newton's work on gravity not only explained why apples fall, but also explained the motions of celestial bodies. He demonstrated that the same force of gravity that caused an apple to fall to the ground also governed the movements of the planets, moons, and even comets in the sky. This insight would influence the work of astronomers for centuries, most notably Albert Einstein, who built upon Newton's theories with his own theory of relativity. Despite his successes, Newton's personality and life were marked by intense rivalry, particularly with fellow scientist Robert Hooke. The two men clashed over several issues, including the nature of light and the development of calculus. In fact, Newton and Leibniz, a German mathematician, are both credited with independently developing calculus, and the dispute over who invented it first would dominate much of Newton's later life. Newton also faced personal struggles that overshadowed his professional achievements. He was known for his solitary and obsessive nature, often working for days on end without rest, sometimes even forgetting to eat or sleep. He had few close relationships, and his social interactions were limited. He also struggled with periods of paranoia, especially concerning his rivals. Despite all his success, it's said that Newton didn't feel truly content in his later years. As he aged, Newton also grew increasingly involved in the administrative aspects of science. He served as the president of the Royal Society, and was a member of Parliament for a time, though he rarely spoke during his time in government. In his final years, Newton turned his attention to alchemy and religious studies, subjects that are less well known but were still important to him. He wrote extensively on biblical chronology and alchemical theories, though these writings were largely unpublished during his lifetime. Isaac Newton died on March 31st, 1727, at the age of 84. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, a fitting tribute to a man whose work had fundamentally shaped the world. His tomb, inscribed with a Latin epitaph, honors the incredible mind that unlocked the secrets of the universe. Newton's legacy endures to this day, not only in the fields of mathematics and physics, but also in the very way we understand the natural world. The laws he formulated are still used to this day in everything from engineering to space exploration. His work laid the foundation for much of modern science, and his name has become synonymous with genius. The scientific revolution and Newton's place in history. As we reflect on Newton's life, it's clear that his work didn't just influence his own time, but it has rippled through history, shaping the way we understand the universe. But Newton's legacy wasn't built in a vacuum. His ideas were, in part, shaped by the scientific revolution that was unfolding during his lifetime. His works on calculus, light, and gravity weren't just products of his brilliance, but also of a changing world eager for new ways of thinking. In fact, Newton's time at Cambridge was also a time of profound intellectual transformation. The scientific revolution, which had been set in motion by figures like Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler, was gathering speed. These thinkers had dared to challenge long-held beliefs about the universe, shifting the focus from a geocentric model, where the Earth was the center of everything, to a heliocentric one, where the Sun was at the center of the universe. It was within this context that Newton's work on gravity and the laws of motion became revolutionary. He unified the heavens and the earth under one set of physical laws. Newton's ability to integrate ideas from multiple disciplines, mathematics, physics, and astronomy, was a key element of his genius. But beyond his academic work, Newton's intense focus on his studies meant that he led a life of relative isolation. He never married and had very few close personal relationships. Some say he was a man of great emotional depth, but that his intellectual pursuits often overshadowed his ability to connect with others on a more personal level. It's also worth noting that Newton's work wasn't always received with open arms. His ideas, especially his theories about light and color, were met with skepticism by some of his contemporaries. Notably, Robert Hooke, an English scientist, became one of Newton's fiercest critics. Hooke's contributions to the understanding of light and elasticity were significant, but Newton's more developed ideas on optics put him in direct conflict with Hooke, creating a rivalry that would last for many years. Newton's battle for intellectual supremacy didn't end there. His dispute with Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz over the invention of calculus was one of the most bitter and drawn-out academic feuds in history. Both men independently developed the theory of calculus, and the ensuing conflict over who deserved credit for it led to years of acrimony. The battle was not just personal. It had a significant impact on the development of mathematics in Europe. Despite these controversies, Newton's work would ultimately be validated by history. By the time of his death in 1727, he had already established himself as one of the foremost intellectual figures of the Western world. His contributions to mathematics, physics, and astronomy became foundational to the development of modern science, and his Principia is still considered one of the greatest works ever published in the history of science. Now, when we think about Newton's lasting legacy, we cannot overlook the sheer scale of his influence on the way we live today. His laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation are still applied in everything from engineering to space exploration. The space missions that carry astronauts and satellites into orbit rely heavily on Newton's work. The trajectory calculations used to send spacecraft to distant planets, such as the Mars rovers, are based on his principles. His equations have been the bedrock upon which countless scientific advancements have been built. And even though Newton's theories on gravity have been refined and expanded upon by later scientists, such as Albert Einstein with his theory of general relativity, the core ideas about the forces that govern motion and the behavior of celestial bodies are still grounded in Newtonian mechanics. In a sense, Newton's work provides the framework within which later theories are tested and developed. In addition to his scientific contributions, Newton's influence extended into philosophy, religion, and even the political sphere. As president of the Royal Society, he played a significant role in shaping the direction of scientific research in England. Newton's work helped elevate science to a position of great prestige, laying the groundwork for the Enlightenment, a period in history marked by an emphasis on reason, logic, and scientific inquiry. But despite his global fame, Newton remained a man of contradictions. He was intensely private and could be quite bitter towards those who challenged his ideas. He was known to be secretive, often withholding his work until he felt it was perfect, and sometimes even to the point of being paranoid about rivals. There are stories of him working for days on end without sleep, consumed by his theories, losing touch with reality. This obsessive nature also manifested in his work on alchemy and biblical chronology, fields which seem unrelated to his scientific work but were important to him nonetheless. His pursuit of alchemy, for instance, is one of the lesser-known aspects of his life. Alchemy, an ancient practice that combined elements of chemistry, metallurgy, and mystical thought, was a passion of Newton's. He wrote hundreds of thousands of words on the subject, but his alchemical works remained largely unpublished during his lifetime. It's said that he viewed the pursuit of alchemy as a way to unlock deeper truths about the universe. But this side of his personality was overshadowed by his more well-known scientific work. In the realm of religion, Newton spent considerable time studying the Bible, attempting to decode its messages and understand the natural world through a spiritual lens. While many of his contemporaries were devoutly religious, Newton's religious views were a mix of traditional Christianity and personal, unorthodox beliefs. He believed that the natural world was a reflection of God's design, and that studying the laws of nature was a way to understand the divine order of the universe. Newton's later years were marked by a mixture of public service and intense personal reflection. After spending much of his life in academia, Newton was appointed Warden of the Royal Mint in 1696, where he was tasked with reforming England's coinage system. His work in this role was diligent and successful, and he eventually became master of the mint, overseeing the minting of all the country's coins. This role added a new layer to Newton's legacy, proving that his skills extended beyond the academic world into the practical affairs of state. When Isaac Newton passed away in 1727, he left behind a legacy that would change the world forever. He had transformed our understanding of the physical universe and set the stage for centuries of scientific progress. His discoveries continue to be celebrated and studied to this day, with his laws of motion and universal gravitation forming the backbone of much of modern physics and engineering. Reflections on Newton's enduring legacy. Today, we remember Newton not just as a scientist, but as a symbol of human curiosity and determination. He was a man who sought to understand the fundamental laws of nature, and in doing so, changed the way humanity sees the world. His story is a reminder that one person, no matter how humble their beginnings, can leave an indelible mark on history. As we draw this exploration of Isaac Newton's life to a close, it's important to reflect on the profound impact he has had on the world we live in today. Though centuries have passed since his death, his contributions continue to shape our understanding of the universe. One of the most remarkable aspects of Newton's legacy is how his theories laid the groundwork for much of modern science. His laws of motion, for example, are still foundational to fields like engineering, aerospace, and robotics. Every time a rocket is launched into space, scientists and engineers rely on Newton's understanding of forces and motion to chart its course. His ideas allow us to send satellites into orbit, predict the trajectory of asteroids, and calculate the velocity of objects moving at incredible speeds. Without his work, our modern technological advancements, especially in fields like space exploration, would not have been possible. Even beyond physics, Newton's influence extends to a variety of other disciplines. His work in mathematics led to the development of calculus, a tool that's now used in everything from economics to medicine. Calculus is indispensable in understanding rates of change, making it essential in fields like biology, chemistry, and even social sciences. It's amazing to think that these equations, developed over 3 centuries ago, are still used by scientists, mathematicians, and economists to solve real-world problems. Newton's discoveries about light and optics, too, paved the way for our modern understanding of vision, color, and even the development of technologies like telescopes and microscopes. His experiments with prisms demonstrated that light is made up of different colors, fundamentally changing our approach to the study of light waves. His theories on optics played a key role in the development of modern physics, and they still inform cutting-edge research in areas like quantum mechanics and wave theory. But Newton's influence isn't confined to the realm of science and mathematics. His work in establishing a more rigorous, methodical approach to inquiry laid the foundations for the scientific method we rely on today. The idea that the universe operates according to predictable natural laws that can be understood through observation, experimentation, and reasoning is something we take for granted now, but it was revolutionary in Newton's time. We can also see Newton's impact in the way we approach intellectual problems. His relentless drive to solve complex questions, his commitment to challenging the status quo, and his deep curiosity about the world around him have inspired countless individuals throughout history. Newton's life serves as a reminder that sometimes the pursuit of knowledge requires patience, perseverance, and an unshakable belief that there are answers to be found. Yet, for all of his groundbreaking discoveries, Newton's life was far from perfect. He lived in an era that was often hostile to new ideas, and his own struggles with isolation and personal conflict are a testament to the challenges that even the greatest minds face. Newton was deeply introspective, sometimes to the point of obsession. He had a tendency to push people away, focusing all his energy on his work, which left him with few close relationships. Even in his personal life, Newton found that achieving greatness often came at the cost of emotional fulfillment. In many ways, though, Newton's journey can offer us comfort. His story reminds us that greatness is not always defined by ease or popularity. Sometimes it's the quiet, solitary pursuit of understanding that leads to the most profound discoveries. Newton's legacy teaches us that the road to success is often winding and full of obstacles, but those who stay dedicated to their vision can leave a mark on history. As you reflect on Newton's life tonight, consider how his story connects to your own. We all have our own struggles, and sometimes the world may not understand us right away. But like Newton, we can find solace in our curiosity and passion. We may not discover the laws of motion or unlock the secrets of the cosmos, but we all have something to contribute to the world in our own unique way. And just like Newton, we must embrace the process of discovery, whether it's scientific, personal, or emotional. Every question we ask, every challenge we face, is part of a larger journey, one that connects us to the great minds who have shaped history and the ones who will come after us. Aristotle, the philosopher who sought to understand everything, Aristotle's story begins over 2,000 years ago, in 384 BC, in the ancient city of Stagira, located in northern Greece. Born to a physician named Nicomachus and his wife Festus, Aristotle came into the world surrounded by a mix of science, medicine, and tradition. His father's role as the physician to the royal court of Macedon meant that Aristotle grew up in an environment deeply rooted in observation, inquiry, and the natural sciences. Even as a child, he showed a curious and inquisitive nature, traits that would come to define his life and work. However, Aristotle's early life was not without hardship. His parents passed away when he was still a boy, leaving him orphaned at a young age. Despite this loss, he was taken in by a guardian and received an education that emphasized both discipline and exploration. His early exposure to the workings of the natural world, combined with the structured environment of his upbringing, set the stage for his intellectual journey. At the age of 17, Aristotle traveled to Athens, the intellectual and cultural center of the ancient world. There, he enrolled in Plato's Academy, a prestigious school founded by the renowned philosopher Plato. Aristotle quickly distinguished himself as a brilliant student, one whose mind seemed boundless in its capacity for inquiry. For 20 years, he studied under Plato, immersing himself in philosophy, mathematics, and the natural sciences. Though Aristotle greatly admired Plato, he did not always agree with his teacher's ideas. While Plato focused on the realm of ideal forms, Aristotle's mind was drawn to the tangible, the observable, and the concrete. He believed that understanding the world required examining it directly through observation and experience. This difference in approach would later define Aristotle's own philosophy, setting it apart from that of his mentor. After Plato's death, Aristotle left Athens and began a period of travel and teaching. He journeyed across the Greek world, sharing his knowledge and expanding his understanding of different cultures and environments. During this time, he also married a woman named Pythias, with whom he would have a daughter. His travels brought him to the court of King Philip II of Macedon, where he was tasked with an extraordinary responsibility, tutoring the young Prince Alexander, who would later become known as Alexander the Great. Aristotle's influence on Alexander was profound. While the prince was destined for military conquest and political leadership, Aristotle introduced him to the worlds of philosophy, science, and ethics. He encouraged Alexander to think critically and to approach his rule with wisdom and fairness. Though their paths would eventually diverge, the relationship between teacher and student left a lasting impact on both. In 335 BC, Aristotle returned to Athens and established his own school, the Lyceum. The Lyceum was more than just a place of learning. It was a community of thinkers and scholars dedicated to exploring every aspect of the world. Aristotle and his students walked the grounds of the Lyceum, engaging in discussions that ranged from biology and physics to ethics and politics. These peripatetic discussions, as they were called, became a hallmark of Aristotle's teaching style. Aristotle's curiosity knew no bounds. He sought to understand the world in its entirety, cataloging plants and animals, studying the stars, and analyzing human behavior. His work was both broad and detailed, reflecting his belief that knowledge was interconnected. To Aristotle, understanding one aspect of the world helped illuminate the others. His contributions to philosophy were groundbreaking. Aristotle developed a system of logic that laid the foundation for scientific inquiry. He believed that knowledge could be built through observation, reasoning, and experimentation. This approach contrasted with the purely theoretical methods of his predecessors, and it marked the beginning of a more empirical way of thinking that would influence science for centuries to come. Aristotle's writings covered nearly every subject imaginable. He explored metaphysics, examining the nature of existence and reality. He wrote extensively on ethics, proposing that the goal of life was to achieve eudaimonia, or flourishing, through the cultivation of virtue. In politics, he analyzed the structures of government and society, emphasizing the importance of balance and justice. Yet Aristotle was not infallible. Like all thinkers of his time, his work was shaped by the cultural and historical context in which he lived. Some of his ideas, particularly those on natural hierarchy and gender roles, reflected the limitations of his era. Even so, his methods of inquiry and his commitment to understanding the world continued to resonate. As Aristotle's influence grew, so too did the challenges he faced. In his later years, political tensions in Athens made his position increasingly precarious. Following the death of Alexander the Great, anti-Macedonian sentiment in the city put Aristotle, with his ties to the Macedonian court, under scrutiny. Accused of impiety, he chose to leave Athens, reportedly saying that he would not allow the city to sin twice against philosophy, a reference to the execution of Socrates decades earlier. Aristotle spent his final years in the city of Chalcis, where he continued to write and reflect. He passed away in 322 BC at the age of 62, leaving behind a legacy that would endure for millennia. His works, preserved and studied over the centuries, became a cornerstone of Western thought, influencing fields as diverse as science, ethics, politics, and art. As you reflect on Aristotle's life, let the calm rhythm of his story guide you into a peaceful state of relaxation. His journey reminds us of the power of curiosity, the value of inquiry, and the interconnectedness of all knowledge. Aristotle's life was not just about answers. It was about asking the right questions and seeking understanding in all things. Feel the quiet wisdom of his teachings as they settle in your mind, a gentle reminder that the pursuit of knowledge is a journey, not a destination. Let the story of Aristotle inspire you to embrace curiosity and to find wonder in the world around you. Now, as you drift off to sleep, imagine the serene halls of the Lyceum, the soft murmurs of philosophical discussions, and the gentle rustling of leaves as Aristotle and his students walk under the shade of ancient trees. Let their voices fade into the background, becoming part of the peaceful rhythm that carries you into restful sleep.